Welcome everybody to the stream. I know you guys have been looking at my face for the past 25 minutes. This is my roommate. He's very nice, very handsome. Look at this lad. Oh no! Ah, you caught me! Ah! There we go. Okay. Apologies for the long wait. I have some news. I think we're streaming on TikTok right now. I don't know if it works. I think. Also, I just noticed that nobody you've given me Battlefield 6. I'm assuming you did because it's literally everybody else is broke except for you. Thank you, man. I will be giving EA access to my BIOS to play the game.
Yo, no maidens. We should squat up sometime. I'll reinstall the game.
What do you got? What do you got? Show the gang. What the fuck?
It's me after eating this taco.
Gotta change my profile picture to that. What the fuck, bro? Wait, hold on. We got it. Hold on. Where's the fucking? I gotta show you guys. Oh man. Fuck. Right there, I think. Wait for it. Alright, there you go. Gang, what is this? The Mexican Goku, I think? No. The Afro Mexican. I think that's what they're called. Because you can be black and Mexican, of course.
No maiden said download it, so yes, we and all of us in squat up. Fuck yeah, dude. You know what? I'm down to reinstall it.
Alright.
You know, I'll go do that right now.
It'd be a great palate cleanse. Oh yeah, I beat the second boss for Elden Ring yesterday. I was losing my fucking mind, bro. I think is either Godric or Godwin, the one with the shit ton of hands.
Oh, the grafted?
Yeah.
He's technically the first boss.
Oh really? Not the other guy? What the
First boss.
wait? So the one with the cane?
Yeah, that's the first boss. On the bridge, right?
Yeah, and then you find him again?
Yeah, he's the same guy.
What the hell? I thought
No, I'm sorry, no.
Yeah.
That's what's his name? I forgot that dude's name. But no, Godric is second boss.
Yeah, so I beat that shit ass. I was losing my fucking mind, bro.
When he took the dragon head, dude, in the second phase.
Yeah, that I started getting good at beating him in the second phase, but then he did that fuck ass attack where he'd flamethrower the ground.
Who's wait, no maidens, who's the first one? I forgot his name already. Which is hilarious that I just fought him too in my second playthrough.
Oh yeah, I
One
threw
on the
my
bridge.
headset. Yeah. Who's the first boss, bro?
It's like it's not mode.
Computer, bring up all Elden Ring bosses. Oh, let's see this works. Computer, activate Dark Evil mode. Ah, damn it.
No, it's funny, the first
Music
guy
was supposed to play.
The first guy that you fight on the bridge, you fight him like 4 different times.
Really?
Yeah, he just like shows up and like in like random places.
The fuck?
Challenges you. He's like a certified
Did that motherfuck his hand up?
He just has a little red spot on his elbow beam.
I wonder if he was like nibbling on it too much. Fred, is Devin Cannon Fred Mr. Cinematic Universe? Of course, bro. He's the homie.
Margit, that's his name.
Yeah. Margit.
Margit, the fellow.
And he doesn't die, he just keeps showing up?
Yeah, he just keeps showing up.
Alright.
Yeah, Margit and Morgan.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm gonna keep playing Elden Ring, and my goal is every time I open it up, I stop when I beat a boss.
Did you talk to the bridge keeper or the gatekeeper before?
I don't fucking know, bro. Maybe.
At the end of the boss fight, was there like a random?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was funny. I didn't realize how small the grafted dude he actually was, bro. Like
yeah,
he's
bro, he's a bitch, dude.
yeah.
God, you're just a literal fucking nobody, bro.
The bro was on the fucking the SARMs, bro.
He popped him like a balloon.
Yeah. Good riddance. All right, everybody say bye to Devin. Bye. Bye. I go to your loving girlfriend. Fucking chud. Am I using that right? Probably not. All right, fellas, welcome to the stream. I am your boy Fred 2000. I hope you're doing well. On today's stream, we're gonna be doing a bunch of bullshit here. Bro now has to get the key to enter the Harry Potter castle. So, okay, so we get the key by fighting a literal fucking dragon, apparently. Goody! 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 Oh my god. Morning good. Alright, I'm dabbling in a different setup right now, guys. What do you guys think of the Twitch chat? Is it too red? It looks a little too red to me, to be honest. Hold on. Should be a way I could change the chat box settings. Pause. I like it transparent. Maybe like that. Oh, definitely like not like that. Oh, that's why it's simple. There's like a glass one. This looks interesting. Let me try this out. What the fuck? now I'm trying to fix this shit. There we go. Alright, I like the way this looks. Hold on. What do you guys think of this? Is that legible? Alright, I think that's fine for now. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I wanted this to be a painting stream, and it took me fucking forever to set everything up. So, yeah. Now I'm not sure what the fuck we're doing. I need to check on my TikTok stream real quick. Am I streaming on? Or did they shut it down? No, I didn't. Can somebody check if I'm streaming on? Can somebody check if I'm streaming on? Looks like it's working. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This needs to be rotated. Where's my Jordan cam? There it is. Alright guys, what do you think of this? Alright, so the plan is I wanted to paint, so I'm going to paint for a little bit, and then we just play games here in the living room. Although to what games, I'm not sure. What are we thinking of, fellas? Finishing Terraria. Yeah, okay, let's do it. We ball. Fuck it, we ball. A gift from No Maidens. Alright, Battlefuck 6. 142 gigabytes. Oh my god. The gods. Alright, what am I have to get rid of? Alright, definitely getting rid of that and that. And let's see. And that. Like I'd ever get rid of Yakuza. Finished Lego Batman, then get what? Then get rid of it. Alright then, I guess we'll play Lego Batman then. I don't even have Lego Batman installed on this shit. Funniest shit of my life. Alright, let's see if this fucks the stream up. Downloading Batman at 600 megabytes a second. Surely that won't fuck up my stream. Alright fellas, we're also this close to figuring out how to do media share. Media share has not been available to this stream for fucking 4 years. And I think if I sit down and try to figure it out for like a day, I think I'll be able to figure it out. So tomorrow, what I'm going to try to do is get it set up and then don't stream until I set it up. You know what I mean? So through the power of get over here, Fred. What do you mean? You laugh, you lose, will find return. Indeed. Don't worry about chat disappearing. I'm just resetting shit. We're still testing out the chat, but I figured out how to get TikTok to stream, and there's a chance that I can figure out how to get YouTube, all YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch streaming without using Restream. But we're back to streaming on all 3 platforms again, with a different setup on both of them. So I think that'll be cool. I think pretty neat. Nobody's showing up though, so oh well. You win some, you lose some. All right. Doth we watch something stupid while I paint? What do you guys think? I'm trying to follow like a painting scheme for my League of Votan miniatures right now. I've been painting them like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for the past year, like that. So I know how to paint the infantry. I just haven't really. I haven't painted any of the bikes yet fully, so I'm kind of developing the paint scheme right now. So the dude on the bike himself is fine because, like, you know, I've painted all the dudes already. So like these guys, they're all gonna look like this basically with the coat. Well, that's Master Splinter, but where is it? There we go. The regular dude. I am making a slight change though. So what I was doing initially was anything for the headpiece I would change to like you know, the turtle color, and then this part of their armor I would paint green, and then the rest of the chest would be like skeleton horde colors, like their shell. But now I'm gonna change it up, so that section of the armor is also the same color as whatever headpiece they have on their head. Because some of them don't have a headpiece I can like color with that color. So, and then they got a bunch of like sleeping bags and shit, so I like painted that like the turtle color and shit. This one I did dark green. That was kind of a mistake because all my vehicles have been painting like this classic green color. So hold on, where the fuck is it? I just had him. Where'd he go? Here it is. So what I do, fellas, for the vehicles, I paint them yellow, and then
Hello, operator. I'd like to report a yo mama moment.
Shut up. This orc color green right here. And then the dark green is this dark angels color right here. So all the vehicles are classic green with yellow. And then all of the Votan weapons are dark green with a bit of like this gold color shit, copper I think, and then silver. So like their weapon right here is a dark green with silver and then a little bit of gold. And then pieces of their equipment, I also have it as dark green. So like, I guess there's nothing fucking on here, but this artillery piece right here that I did. So like the artillery piece is yellow, silver with a bit of dark green. And then the cases that they're holding, like say the ammunition in, I make that dark green right here. Pretty cool color, the color scheme, I think. And then like this kit only comes with like 3 dudes, so I got one of my I got like a 4th dude from one of my other Votan units I wasn't really using or painting yet. So now there are 4 dudes on here, like the turtles. I fucked up though, and I was gonna try to have them all different, like, cause I have 4 of these, so I was gonna make them all different turtles and shit. But I accidentally fucked up with the way I painted them, so I had to paint both these dudes as Raphael. So, yeah. Woe is me, you know what I mean? Woe is me indeed. Okay. My favorite turtle is John. What do you mean by that? John? Who the fuck is John? John? My old roommate? Jonathan Taylor? Alright, yeah. So, I got a good portion of these guys painted already. This guy, I've kind of had him painted. Most of them painted, but decided to do the purple stuff, and then I think that's really it for this guy. This one I was really going in last night. Alright, so let's get cracking and lacking. We need silver. I need silver. We're gonna have this very nice broadsword silver. I don't think I've had a painting stream for like months, bro. I think it's almost been like half a year since I did a painting stream, fellas. But we are back, and I'm glad that I could do my painting streams again. There might be a stream in the future where I'm also painting with other people. Not sure I'm gonna show them, but I don't know. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. Just chatting it up, being a nerd. New Necromunda. My balls hurt. Yo, banger alert. The fuck even is this? Crater got a you comment got a like from Crater the mod. Oh yeah, we're too good. There should be like a painting thing. I don't know. Ooga booga booga boo. Ooga booga booga booga. There we go. I gotta make it a thing where I'm just chatting with other people while I'm painting. Now, lad, I guess I'm fluff to the chatter. Eventually, fellas, I'm gonna indoctrinate more of you guys to like Warhammer shit. I'm already doing it with Engineer, I think. Oh, I gotta do this in a way where I can fucking look what I'm painting at. There we go. Look at that. All right, the plan for today, fellas, is we're gonna paint for, I want to say, an hour, another hour. So we're pretty much already at an hour for the stream already. So we'll stream this for till the 2-hour mark, and then we'll swap over to a game. That way, I'm not painting too long. You know what I mean? What's funny is most of this fucking stream is dedicated to fixing, or not fixing, just setting up some new stuff. My other setup won't have this, the chat or TikTok setup, so if I stream up there tomorrow, it won't take as long to set up because I won't have it set up. I'm not going to set it up, if that makes any sense. Brilliant. Angry Bird stream? That does sound pretty fucking funny. Fellas, what do you think of the an Angry Bird stream? Are we just gonna play one Angry Birds game, or should we play all of them? Were they true shits and giggles? Look at that. Look at that nice coat on this man. I will say the zoom in for this phone is a lot better than the Galaxy 10 I have. Like the Galaxy 10 did zoom in to show good detail, but this is a way smoother transition. Like look at that. You can see it right here, and then I quickly throw it up here, and then bam, it refocuses so fucking quick. I like that. Because sometimes I'd have to play around with it. I'd be like, look at that, look at that. But now it's just like, bam. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, where was I? Doing things. They should put Angry Birds Go in that one Sonic Racing game, the new one that just came out, or are you talking about the app one? The new Sonic Racing game, you know? All right, look at that. Not bad. Not bad at all. So I'm using the brown. Might as well do the other one. Oh, you know what I should have done for this one? He's wearing like a belt in the back. I should have painted that blue to make him look more like Leonardo. I did put blue on the guy, but it's a little hard to tell how much. I don't know. Because like, depending on the distance, you won't really be able to see a lot of the colors. So, if I want for people to see like what turtle they are from across the table, if that makes any sense. Like from here, can you see which turtle this guy is? It's a little hard to see, right? What about this one? Oh, he's purple. Leonardo, or it's Donatello. So the more colors I'm able to find a way to put on him without it being like, without taking away from the green or the skeleton color to make it look like a turtle, the better. Like this guy, his shoulders are purple. So that way you can easily tell that this one is Donatello, you know? These guys, I painted like their elbows and knees and then their visor red, which looks nice, looks all right. But it's still kind of hard to tell from a further distance away. So that's why this time I'm doing that, like that section of the little neck brace area. That's what you want to call it. Looks a lot better. Because like this robot here, for instance, he's got that little visor thing orange, but it would look a lot better if I had that section. Well, next time maybe I might even try this part orange. This whole area right here, just orange. But we'll see. For the future. You already painted Scott Brown. Where's the other one? I just had him. Here he is. Move. Don't worry, I have a varnish on him. The paint on those guys are pretty durable. A humongous tip if you guys ever paint shit. Once you're done painting it, spray it with a varnish to protect the paint. It's like a coating of protection. If you want to make it look really glossy, use a gloss varnish or a regular varnish. But if you want it to look toned down, use a matte varnish, the superior varnish. That is what I use for my Gundams. That is what I use for all my fucking miniatures. Because I'll be honest, I don't like the way I don't like the glossy look, bro. It makes it look all greasy and shit. Now, that is to say, it can look good depending on what you're doing, you know. But more often than not. That one Sonic game with Minecraft in it. Oh yeah, the Sonic racing game, the one that came out recently, the big budget one. Does Sega own Angry Birds? Then again, they definitely don't own Minecraft, so all bets are off. Wait, didn't they put Kiru in the fucking game? Was it Kiru or the other guy from Like a Dragon? I know they put in one of the fucking Yakuza. I'm pretty sure they put the Like a Dragon character in it. I forgot his name. It's Kiru and the other guy. Fuck, what was his name? What do you know about Angry Birds Go? It's a phone app, I guess. The only Angry Bird games I played was Angry Birds 1, 2, and Star Wars. I was mainly a jetpack joyride kind of guy. Now, I'll be honest, I was a major avid user of Tumblr. And then Tumblr shat itself. But by then I wasn't really using, I guess, Tumblr. I was using different shit. With a big goofy guitar. You just jealous, bro. You can't do that. Bro's so jelly. You call this man gelatinous the way he's jelly. I am spaghetti. What do you mean? We had one whole ass viewer for the TikTok one. You know what? Let me restart this TikTok stream. Let's see what happens. Okay, and then restart that shit. We'll keep it off for like 5 minutes and then restart that bitch. There's some crazy Discovery, like, I need to figure out how the fuck Discovery works on TikTok for their lives, man. Because I feel like when you get the ball rolling for getting discovered for your live, like the ball will just keep fucking rolling like hella fast. But then if you fuck up, then they just stop recommending your live to everybody. It's like a fucked up. I Am Bread. You always play I Am Bread after this. What y'all know about the Markiplier I Am Bread playthrough? That man lost his proverbial shit to that game, bro. Funniest moment of my life. Which is funny because I'm probably gonna do like 80 million times worse. Is that game even available still? What? I'm curious. Let me check. No pending gifts at this time. I'm so fucking greedy. I am Mr. Beast. Oh, here we go. I am bread. 2015. Including Goat Bread, Team Fortress 2, and Starch Wars. That is some beat up looking bread. What else had they come out with? I am Fish. Outstanding. I was really excited to play this game, but I was disappointed. This is one of the most frustrating platforms I've ever played. No shit. Alright, restarting the TikTok stream. Let's see it. You know what's funny? We had one fucking viewer, one person who viewed the channel, by the way, or viewed the stream, and we already did 84% better than other people. There's so many fucking bots, bro, on that platform. That's so gross. Again, what do they call that shit? Dead internet theory, bro. It's fucking foul. Zero in the channel, fuck you. Fred, did you watch the funny battle? Did I just walk into a saloon? Yeah, this town ain't big enough for the 8 of us. What do you mean there's 13 seats? I guess it is. This is the StarCraft 2, Wings of Liberty full OST. Best music to play. What do you think of this? What do you think of the stream layout, by the way, Zero? What is this funny battle you speak of, creator? Zero, and why is Zero's chat not showing up? It's Leo better than what I can do. Zero or Leo? Wait, hold on. What are we talking about here? I'm confused. It's low-key better than what I can do. Oh, okay. Got you. Okay, hold on. Why in the Lord's name is... Chat low-key looks weird. Yeah, it's because we're streaming on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube right now, and I'm trying to set up a new thing where everybody can look at everybody's chat. Twitch is gone. What do you mean? Oh yeah. Hold on. Dog. About that. Yo, on the Reaper. Chat has been banished. Chat has been reset, not banished. Not banished, not banished. There's Reaper. And the chat isn't showing up. It just says, what up, Poppy? Hold on. Motherfucker! Hold on. Reaper, I hardly know her. Alright, hold on. Let me just... Come on, chat. Now we put dog. Dog. Alright. Okay. Now, Zero. Say something. when the dog and the dog. I've always had this idea of my own. Tabletop war game. You always had an idea for a tabletop war game? I too have had an idea. I wanted to do a League of Legends tabletop war game. I was gonna try to. I was trying to coerce my buddy Devin into playing, but he said fuck no, and I'm like, bro, don't you have like 8,000 hours in that game, bro? Like, come on. Don't you have like 9 million hours as in Warhammer? What's going on? What's going on here? Huh? What are we doing here? My joke to you? Speaking of joke, why is Reaper's chat not... Reaper put in your mother, but it's not showing up in the chat. Hold on. What if I put dog again? Alright, that showed up. Alright, Reaper, say booty butt cheeks. Okay, so... The chat shows up for me kind of fast, but not for the other guys. What's going on here? Alright, what about... Oh, because Restream is putting in this shit too, so it's like a double whammy. Up, dog. Oh, I see now. Okay. Settings. Embedded chat. Well, I don't want that to do anymore. I think it's chat settings. Turn all this shit off. There we go. Yes, that is our next way. I specifically like Mad Max aesthetic, and you can build your own vehicles, units, pre-existing parts. You can kit bash and make an awesome shit. That sounds cool. Devin, I see you watching me, bro. You're probably in your fucking bed right now with Embo and Juliet right now watching my stream, bro. Why don't you come down here and fucking kiss me in the lips, Devin? Anyways, what was I? Something about kissing the homies. 0! You should hit that follow button, bro, if you haven't. Speaking of vehicles, right now we're painting the Botan Pioneer. Very nice, isn't it? Yes, indeed, quite. Where is there? That is next week. I think I know there's a way for me to set up Meteor Quest. I will have that set up by next week. On my mama's. Is it me or this chat like slow as fuck, bro? No, don't fucking launch TikTok Studio. I'm taking that shit. You know, unpin that shit. Might be slow. Your mama. Okay, I can see it on here. I'm just not seeing it on there. What about if we shrink this shit back to, I think it was like 12 or some shit? No, not 212. You could have huge land crawlers, insane weight capacity, and DPT potential. Land crawlers, that does sound pretty fucking cool. I love land crawlers. A tabletop game where you can make, you can, look, what was it, Mech Warrior or whatever, the tabletop game? I like it, but I hate the aesthetics, bro. It like, that is probably my most, hottest of, what do you call it? I'm blanking now. I found a cool mod. Mod for what though? I like how I'm still trying to figure out how to unfuck the damn comments. Doroth Jean, aka Nanny. Who? Am I okay? No. Because this damn chat isn't populating. Outstanding. Are you sure? The police siren isn't playing. Stupid ass. No maidens joined the server. What do you mean joined the server? What the fuck? It's so ominous sounding. That is a pretty cool sound. Cameron, welcome to the stream. Okay. All right, no maidens. Say, all right, type something in again, no maidens. Type like dog 3 times. Still trying to unfuck the damn chat. Yo, Zero, you should join the Twitch chat, bro. You should go to over to our Twitch channel, bro. What the fuck, bro? Why is it not? Yeah, the Minecraft server has been up. Is it just not saying shit until I say it? There's gotta be a way where I can have it just constantly push shit. Hold on. Bro said good. Oh, hey, it's Zero. Welcome to the channel, bro. Do you like how fucked up the chat is, bro? This is what I get for trying to show everyone's thing, bro. Maybe no break line? Hold on. We're gonna have to fucking watch a video or something. This is getting ridiculous!
Tick chat box. Click principal, that's all you need. And be Loom or 5 themes. You can also choose which chat can be shown by selecting the platform. You can also from here. The Manage Chat Box button, you will find a few more options for refinement. Here you can change the vertical layout to a narrow horizontal one. You can also choose whether a logical line break should take place and whether the chat should be displayed constantly or disappear after a while. the line break should take place, badges, or you can even suppress emotes in the chat box.
Papa, what's up, Papa? I'm currently just fucking my chat up right now. This is ridiculous. Have I tried playing vintage something? What? Vintage Story? I've never heard of that. All right, go take a fat shower, bro. Zero, before you wash your armpits, you should smack that follow button, bro. Apple user, welcome Apple. Who are you? Where am I going? Apple user 6622351. I bet that's Juliet. All right. What the fuck was I doing? I'm sweating my balls off right now. I'm thinking too hard trying to unfuck this right now. Am I just gonna have to go back to fucking regular, like, the other chat, bro? Because this is getting ridiculous. It's like under it right now. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Maybe I gotta like just shrink this hoe. All right, I think I fixed it. Maybe. Use code Mr. Fred15. I hate you so much. I just want to paint, bro. I just want to paint. Can I please paint? There we go. Okay. All right, now to test it. Okay. All right, so far so good. Now we go to this one. Well, man, talk about 40K looks incredible. Thank you, the Pontus. Oh, wait, is that a YouTuber? Is that a person on YouTube? Oh, what's up, man? I was so preoccupied with unfucking up TikTok, bro. And somebody from YouTube showed up. What's up, gang? It's like I'm going insane. Why is it TikTok? Why? TikTok? Why are you not showing up on the chat? Ah! I'm losing my mind! Hey, Lumia, can you, like, stop being so mean, bro? 40K lore tuber, no less. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Is that... Hold on a second. Is that who I fucking think it is? Is that the Italian bastard himself? Hold on. Where the fuck? I have like 13 million applications open just so I can make this stream look cool, only for me to like buckle under the fucking weight of it. Dashboard, that's what I'm looking for. Platform. And it's all, okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, because the TikTok is offline. I guess I'll go fuck myself. There we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I think I figured it out. Fellows, I am like Omega smart. Holy shit. Alright, now we do cat. Did that work? Yeah! 2 hours into the fucking stream, I got the shit working. Okay, where was I? Holy shit. Alright, losing my mind. You, Pontus Glaive. Glaw? Is it Pontus Glaw? How you doing, bro? I wonder if he just dipped out, bro. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And just leave. It is him! Holy shit! Glaw, welcome to the stream, bro! I survived. The heat in Italy is brutal. What time is it for you right now? Isn't it like fucking 11 right now? Yeah, there's a heat wave going on everywhere right now. What is it, like 90? Hold on. Computer! What is the heat in Italy looking like right now? Say it in Italian.
Italy is currently experiencing typical...
Shut up. I said it, say it in Italian. How hot is it in Italy right now? Your response, make it in Italy. Italian.
In Italia le temperature medie si aggirano intorno ai 27-32 gradi CL, con picchi che superano i 34 gradi Celsius nelle zone più calde e al sud.
Alright. We have sucked up the well of several small villages in Italy from that. The world is being a Dutch oven right now. What the hell is a Dutch oven anyways? Nobody, like, y'all better not say oven but Dutch, bro, I swear to God. But fucking Glaw, bro, it's cool to see the fucking big YouTuber, bro. 32 Celsius is a lie. Where I live, we've been at 40 today. Hold on, what's the math for that? And hold on. I only speak in American. Hold on, let's see. 40 Celsius in Fahrenheit. I spelled that shit so wrong, and I'm not gonna show you guys how I spelled that shit. 104! Oh! What? What? Why is it so fucking hot, bro? Okay, Glaw. I don't know if you saw this yet, but we're We are currently painting some League of Votan right now. About stuff about me and the channel is I stream a bunch of stupid shit, including but not limited to video games of all kinds, and a lot more Warhammer related stuff. I would say tabletop, but I haven't really streamed a single tabletop game besides Warhammer. If I didn't have AC, I would have to take summers off. I'd be melting to record. Yeah, luckily we are in sunny San Diego, where it's always a cool 70 to 80 degrees every day, all year round. Fuck yeah. There's no AC. It's a little hot, but not 104 hot. FNAF tabletop, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna make a FNAF tabletop game, fellas. Hold on, hold on. One of these buttons takes me to the tabletop mode. There we go. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Oh, what's this behind me? Oh, a whole table of gaming. Look at that. It's so cool. Yeah, we're flexing on the YouTuber with 40,000 subscribers. Look at this. Oh, that's so nice. The whole table. And then if there's some cool action going on, like say over here, over here, we just press this little button that I don't have set up because I didn't put the application on. Never forget the moment Fred played orcs against an army with fucking armored cores. Oh, don't remind me, bro. Yeah, I fucking obliterated, bro. we can't impress the Warhammer huzz with that. Or the was. There we go. Look at that. Some action going on over here. And then we do shit. Wait, come on. Over here? Is my hand showing up? Nope, that's the wrong one. Alright. And then it resets itself. It's so cool. I pressed so many fucking buttons to get that shit to work. It's so cool. No shit, it's Coughing Baby versus Baby with Big Bang. Versus a Big Bang. It's a senior gaming room. Glad I'm more into tabletop RPGs. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Thank you, thank you. And then, of course, we have the cool score up here. It's very nice. Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader, Only War, and such. Oh, shit, okay. You play Rogue Trader? Ooh. My buddy has, like, the book for it. For Rogue Trader. I really only played the, like, D&D. For tabletop, but other than that, you know, nothing really else. I was gonna try to do a Cyberpunk campaign, but it didn't really work out because I'm an uncreative ass motherfucker. But pretty soon, my buddy's who's been running all the D&D campaigns, is gonna start his own campaign using a system. I forgot the name of this system. It's pretty interesting. What I want to fucking run again, though, is Lancer. Or, not me personally, I didn't run that shit. I'm not smart like that. I ran some campaign years ago, managed to make a party work for a slot pirate lord, then became a boss fight. Did you not finish Cyberpunk yet? Bro, no, I am dude, I am Fred Mr. LARPer extraordinaire, bro. I haven't gone past, like, level 12 in that fucking game. Which is funny, because I bought that shit twice, bro. One for GOG and one on Steam, bro. Oh man, it's so funny. And besides, you know, since I have a certain GigaChad viewer, he's gifting me all these AAA games, bro. My library is swelled to an unproportionable degree. LARPs are hurt, exactly. Do you play? I mean, because you have the lore channel and everything, and I've seen you on the fucking Facebook. What's the Facebook thing? It was like Facebook, and then I think you were shitting on a lot of the LARPing Warhammer YouTubers, I guess. Yes, something like that. But yeah, that's where I know you from. But I haven't really looked at a lot of stuff lately. But yeah, Glaw. Pontius or Glaw, whichever comes first. If you want to smack that follow button to watch a Warhammer stream, I think I'm doing it next week. Might recommend you do. We made a Made a video 2 hours long about them. It's our most viewed. Nice. Yeah, bro, that's the best kind of engagement, bro. Over 300,000 views. Yeah, it's from what I know, that's a pretty good way to get views to shit on people. No offense. It's like people like looking at shit like that, I guess. I don't like. One way to catch LARPers: watch a Sister Repenta video and look at the comments. Oh yeah, people are just big horny, bro. Sister Repentas, bro. Okay, that is like the Repenta, Sister Repenta. Like, are those the ones with like they're just wearing like fucking straps and shit? I don't know. Some of those fucking Warhammer developers were thinking with one hand, bro. Not a matter of views, to be honest. We did it because we wanted to bring light to prom. To be honest, we were successful. Yeah, totally. Warhammer is definitely it's an interesting IP, bro. There is so much fucking lore and there's so much shit going on. It's interesting. Major Kill even made a video response that was so painfully bad, half his comments were against him. Damn! I'm trying to remember who you were. Did you say anything about Bricky, or that's really because I don't know too many like Warhammer like lore tubers, if that makes any sense, or just anybody who really talks about Warhammer, unless they like play battle reports. So like I usually watch like Warhammer 40k 40 minutes, Tabletop Titans, and Angry Joe, and then Votan versus 40k, Aspect Tactics. If you guys want to watch the most like I don't know how else to put them. We covered Bricky, Westhammer, Arbiter Ian, Major Kill, and a bunch of others. Luden for more of an approach kind. Okay. Even Luden. Westhammer. Why does this sound familiar? Alright, fellas, we're gonna start looking up shit. Computer, bring up hobby video mode. Or just desktop mode, because I'm... Damn, this shit is all fucked up. How the hell does my main look like this? Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this. Give me a second. I had my camera upside down for a bit when I was in Hawaii. In my defense, it was funny as fuck. There we go. Alright, YouTube. And then, what was the other guy? That's me, of course. And we got the Glaw. Oh, look at me, I'm subscribed. Totally didn't subscribe as soon as you showed up. I've been subscribed before. What are you talking about? Oh, is that the one you were talking about, bro? He looks so mad, bro. Oh my god. So look at this dude. At the very least, he gave you red glowing eyes, bro, for effect. Look at, your eyes are glowing with power, bro. What the fuck was I looking up, bro? I'm fucking getting off track. Westhammer. There we go. Have I seen this guy? What the fuck is this dude? I think I've seen him before. Nice. Very nice. Alright.
Do try to steer clear of drama and anything non-law related these days, as it usually bites me in the ass. I've always believed it's important to...
I'm gonna read the comments first. Angry Italian, you mean a normal Italian tone? Outstanding. Yeah, we talked about how Major Kill pushes 18 plus content, naked stuff, and unrestricted public videos, pretty much pushing corn on minor audiences against TOS. Only 4% of the viewers are under 18. What the fuck? I mean, that's still it's even if you only have a small base that are miners, bro. It's still miners, bro. You gotta like. I'm confused. Is he like pushing a fucking OnlyFans or some shit?
Defend yourself and your reputation, especially when people are lying about things or deliberately or accidentally misinforming large amounts of people about you. A bad reputation on YouTube means less views, less subscribers, and eventually an unviable channel, which obviously not idealio. I hope I
It's obviously I'm exempt from it. I'm so cool. In the grim dark of the current YouTube, there's only drama and AI slop outstanding. You cut off a bunch of the. I gotta fix a way I can read chat, bro. Got myself all fucked up right now. Oh, it's because the vertical restream is fucking everything up. All right, whatever. I'll do this. Keep in mind that he's not showing everything we said or all points we made. Oh, so he's playing the, what do you call that shit? The fucking straw man where like, yes. All right, chat, here's why I'm awesome. This is the picture of me as a Giga Chad, and this is the Italian as not Giga Chad. There you go. Yeah. That he couldn't respond to. Yeah. That's definitely fucking problematic, bro. What the fuck?
I've shown myself as someone who can take accountability for my mistakes.
How many times? Wait, hold on.
Obviously not idealio. I hope I've shown myself as someone who can take accountability.
I'm sorry, we'll do better. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. How many times do you like, what are you doing as a Warhammer content creator to be making that many mistakes? Like, it's a fucking tabletop game, bro. Like, what are you doing, bro? It's just a fucking it's a tabletop game. What are you actually doing to get that much of a bad response to warrant something like that? You know what I mean? It's like it's not like, I would say it's not that hard to be that like unproblematic. It's especially for a fucking tabletop game. You know what I mean? Like, this is your first comment or justice. I'm just saying off rip. If he has to apologize 3 times, bro. And what does that say? Let's see. So this video where he says I'm sorry was from a year ago. That one's from 2 months ago, and then this video that he did. So he's had to apologize in the span of a year 3 times for shit that he's fucked up on. I'm wondering, like, what is he doing to fuck up this badly? You know what I mean? Okay.
For my mistakes. I've always believed you should be judged by how you deal with your mistakes, not by the mistakes themselves. If you mess up, take accountability, apologize, try to make things right and learn, I think that's what you should be judged for. Obviously, there are exceptions. Like if you're a fucking pedo, you should be judged for being a pedo, even if you say sorry. About a week ago,
Why would he bring that up, bro? That's such a random thing to say, bro. What kind of a fucking example is that, bro? What the fuck, bro? That's so weird. Yeah.
As well as our purpose in the 40k galaxy, as well as the purpose of the Emperor as a living being. We have done enough investigative
This
research
man is extraordinary. This is 200% Italian right here.
to put to bed once and for all the discussion on female space marines. And I mean it. We ended up contacting former employees of Games Workshop that were there when 40k was created to ask for explanation.
What's the correlation of Warhammer and pedos? I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, an understandable correlation would be like somebody being racist in Warhammer, because there's definitely tons of racist people in Warhammer, bro. But yeah, I don't know what the other one is. That's weird. There's a time stuff for the major kill part. Oh yeah. Arbiter, Eons, most replayed. It's just spacers. Yes, but you can. I mean, you're not wrong. Well, hold on. Like fucking what was it? There's a character I've been running for Custodies called Inquisitor Draxus. She literally has one of her abilities is actual racism. If you attack a Xenos unit, you get +1 to hit. Am I actually fucking stupid? I think it's this one. Now, what a way to start off this section, bro.
For that, I will let my precise thoughts be expressed by Dark Viper AU.
What is wrong with you? Shut the fuck up!
I'm pretty
Now
sure
we move to
there
Major
we go.
Kill. My opinion on Major Kill when it comes to the lore has not changed. He's not even a clown. He's the entire fucking circus. Keep in mind, I despise Major Kill personally, not only as a lore YouTuber. The guy has backstabbed Arch Warhammer. Now, your opinion
loud,
on
ain't
Arch
it?
might be good or bad. It
there we
really
go.
doesn't matter in this case. Much of the success of Major Kill is owed to Arch Warhammer. Backstabbing the guy that made you famous makes you a very shitty person to begin with. He then did the same to Warhammer, accusing him of copying his content and videos in a very
Oh shit.
stupid way because
Oh, I guess I turned it down way too much. Sorry, my bad, my bad.
both of them talk about the same
How's
exact
that?
lore owned by Games Workshop. What should Warhammer talk about to not copy other lore YouTubers? Major Kill got so much backlash because of that, he had to delete the video. Because even his own
Damn,
community
get
was calling
fucked,
him out.
nerd.
The constant shilling of porn on his Patreon, and even there is a
What the fuck? What, peptides? What the fuck? What do you mean peptides, bro? Oh, yes, the greatest combination of shit to peddle, bro. Porn and peptides. What the fuck, bro?
shilling of peptides to his audience of children doesn't make me like him either.
And you want to support the channel, then Patreon is the place.
And obviously the porn
Outstanding.
shilling. Thank you, Major Kill. Obviously the porn shilling couldn't be missed.
Oh, they
It is a
gooning,
very
bro.
shitty thing to do when you make videos.
Was he also... The fuck?
Major Kill. Obviously the porn shilling couldn't be missed. It is a very shitty thing to do when you make videos that are open to be watched by children. We make jokes about it.
Space Marine physique. Well, I mean... I don't think peptides can fuse your fucking rib cage together into one super bone. Yeah, peptides is fucking weird, bro. What's shilling? I'm not Italian. Oh, that's not really a... Pretty sure shilling's not Italian. You're peddling shit. You're selling shit. That's what I always say. I always say the word peddling. I'm peddling for viewers. You know, it's like spare change, sir. Like a homeless guy on the street trying to get money. It's like that, but you're selling something. So he's trying to sell peptides and also porn. Nice. He's advertising his own peptides. How the fuck do you make peptide, bro? What do you mean, bro? The fuck? Hey kid, you want to try this homemade steroid, bro? I made this. It's 80% Nolan oil, 20% testosterone, bro. Try it. It's the shit fucking world eaters be ingesting, bro. The fuck?
At best, but we will never dare to sponsor 18+ content on
yeah,
videos watched by
probably.
children. Major Kill. Humor side.
I don't know. It's just a thought of selling homemade peptides, bro.
Entire human is based on being the most stereotypical Australian you can think. It would be like me and Pio basing our entire brand of humor on being Italian Americans. Pio, you meet the ball. We have to make a new video.
Danny, you gabagool. I'm busy taking over Brazil. Forget about the new video.
I can tell you in which video he advertised them as a miracle cure and to have a Space Marine physique if you want. Yeah, bro, I'm curious what the fuck he was doing, bro. No, that's so weird, bro. Hey, kids, do you want to fucking tank your natural testosterone production for the rest of your fucking life? Get on some peptide, bro.
To put it simply, is not fucking funny. If anything, all the videos we have watched of him for Lord Destroyers, other than being grossly inaccurate on the lore,
Let's see. Major Glamour. You can say one. Oh, yeah. Okay.
having more than one occasion made us uncomfortable because of too sexual jokes or even jokes about diseases. So, the guy is a serial backstabber that has backstabbed two of his own friends without remorse. He's not funny. If
By an Australian Warhammer 40k lore, the first few minutes. Yes. Fellas, we're going down the rabbit hole. Hey, remember when we were gonna paint Votan minis, bro? Fuck that.
anything is the worst kind of comedian.
So did he go to the has been rumor route? What the fuck is has been rumor?
An unfunny one. But what about his lore?
Oh, has been humor. I thought you were talking about like some weird.
His lore is a fucking joke. We have watched at least a dozen of his videos for
Bro, that was the best part, bro.
And so mad from small to giant mistakes in them. Remember that we watched his lore battle
Oh shit!
against...
What the hell was it? Why is it going fast? Hold on. Fucking TikTok. Why am I still streaming to TikTok? Why am I spending so much of my brain power trying to get TikTok to work, bro? I'm too. There we go. Give me like 4 more monitors for this fucking setup, bro.
We made for the video is that the questions were a bit badly structured. And removing the amount of compliments and praises he did to Warhammer, this before the backstabbing, really go and watch it knowing that he will call out Warhammer as copying his content.
We are nerding out, indeed.
But I have the suspicion that for the entirety of the video, he was cheating the answers to the lore questions that...
Wait, what's the video about? Hold on. I think my video comprehension skills are not what they used to be.
Removing the amount of compliments and praises he did to Warhammer, this before the backstab.
Oh, it's a lore battle. Okay. Oh, so they were like going band for band for how much lore they know, and he was just reading shit off a prompt. Nice.
Really go and watch it knowing that he will call out Warhammer as copying his content not long after. But I have the suspicion that for the...
I really hope he was reading that shit off a ChatGPT prompt, bro. That would take the cake, bro.
Lore questions that were being asked. He kept looking every time the camera was on him in the same exact spot, as if he was reading the answers because Voldemort was on speaker. We have no guarantee that Major Kill was alone.
Nice.
So it is my suspicion that in that video he was cheating during a lore contest. A guy that considers himself a lore expert. Do you want to see how much this guy sucks at the lore? Because I have the perfect example, and it is once again a video about the female custodians retcon. The video is called Female Custodians Are Now 100% Canon. What does this mean for Warhammer 40k? It specifically goes over, during the video, the story of the first of the 3 custodians mentioned in the codex, Kalla dei Starovalia Cash. Now, me and Pio read...
Oh my god, bro. Dude, fucking... I have so many fucking problems with the way they did the whole retcon, because like we have like female custodian miniatures in the game now, right? And I have a lot of fucking problems with it because the guard and the new custodian character are they have female ones, right? But then so far all the other new releases don't have females on them. It's such a weird thing that they did. Like it felt like all right, here's your female for the people who wanted female custodians. Here you go. We're not doing it anywhere else. And it's so weird because like, what's their stance on that? Are they trying to make it? Or are they just kind of like a here, damn, all right, we're moving on? Because these fuckers like they all have the male ones. The new Terminators are coming out. There's no female counterparts for them. The new jet bikes, they don't have a female counterpart to them. And it's so weird, bro, that those miniatures, it was just kind of like a here you go. We have them. They're here now. Ooh. One tried to tell. Hold on. You should watch this video. The Space Marines because they're not compatible. Yeah, that whole gene scene thing. The way they did the retcon was since custodies aren't made via gene seeds, women can be custodies too. And then everyone was mad about that, which is understandable. It's a big retcon to have. But for me, I just don't like how they came out with guard models that said, "Oh, you can have them as female or male," and then in the guard box, there's only like half of it's female and half it's male. So they advertise it as, "Oh, you can have them as either or," but it's not either or. It's you have half female and half male models. So there's no either or. You have to have them like that. And then the fucking, hold on, where is it? I've been building them too, by the way. What the fuck is the name of the? So the character is fucking atrocious. Yeah, the shield captain, this one right here, because it's only female and it's monopose, which is so fucking dumb because it's meant for 30k, and in 30k the whole point of 30k is you have like all this like fucking pages of loadouts for every single model and shit. So there's like 4 different ways to make the shield captain, but for this one it's monopose, so you only get a shield and sword, bro. It's such a dog shit fucking like thing to have, bro. It's monopose. It's only female, even though you're advertising that shit as male or female. Only female. It's fuck, bro. And then everything, and then again, it just felt like it was just like a one and done thing. And I don't think they're gonna be coming out with female models except for this guard thing that came out, and they're not gonna do it at all for every other model ever. It's so weird, bro. All right, where was I?
All the female custodians lore for a Lord Destroyer's video. We laughed our asses off for how stupid it was. But still, looking for proof? Lord Destroyers episode 6. The story of Tarovella Catch is literally 2 pages long. Major
Nice.
Kill, in his explanation, gets the ending of it completely fucking wrong. It is
Nice.
bewildering that for a 20 minutes video, a lore YouTuber didn't bother to read the 2 fucking pages of lore.
However, a squad of custodians teleported on board her ship and captured her, ending her blood game. It turns out that one of the crew members was nervous about the female custodian's plan and seemingly betrayal, so alerted the Imperial Palace. In turn, Kesh ordered the man to be turned into a servitor and the entire crew to be punished. She wanted a crew that trusted her completely and committed to her orders without hesitation, no matter what they were.
No, wait. You are showing the lore on screen. Did he just fucking fuck up retelling the lore that is on screen? Let's see.
He had it in front
Immaculate.
Yeah, let me hear what he said.
Board her ship and captured her, ending her blood game.
Well, you said to go to 1 hour, 11 minutes, 20 seconds on this video or the other one? Good. Hold on, where is it?
Is it a problem that they're changing it now? No. But that's a dirty, like, JK just kidding Rowling lie. That is not true at all. Is that the opinion of Warhammer? Not really, it's kind of more the opinion of Sean.
When it is not true, and I will explain it with a very simple to understand scheme. Now, the custodians recruit only from the most genetically pure Terran-born nobles, as I explained in the videos to why the female custodians can't exist. The main expert and the one that came up with the process to create custodians was the Emperor of Mankind, and under his supervision for their creation, the custodians became known as the 10,000s in just 200 years during the Great Crusade. After his entombment, the end of the Horus Heresy, and the end of the war in the Webway, where less than 1,000 custodians came back alive, it took them 10,000 years to replenish their number back to 10,000. Thing that was confirmed in the first book of Watchers of the Throne, The Emperor's Legion, where the protagonist claims that only recently the custodians are back on full strength. And this was before the Battle of Lion's Gate, where the custodians lost 2,000 of their numbers in that single defense on Terra. And this happened at the end of M41, keep in mind. Now, to explain why their existence doesn't make sense, you have to keep in mind a few small rules. The creation of custodians relies mainly, if not only, on the nobles of Terra. Now, Terra is an ecumonopolis, with trillions of people on it. But don't be mistaken by that number. Nobility can't number in the billions on Terra. It is the same
Don't mind the
comparison that we can
Dante.
make between the real world and the number of billionaires. At the moment of the writing of this script in the world, there is 8.1 billion people. And yet, we have only 3,042 billionaires. It is a very small percentage of the population. So, with an ecumonopolis with at least 1 trillion people on Terra, best case scenario, we will be at around 400 or 500,000 nobles by comparison. But we are not talking about wealth, but nobility.
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I'm kind of lost in the sauce.
Comes directly from the Terran-born nobles and leaders of the Unification Wars. Their sons were taken to make the first custodians, both as a sign of loyalty to the Emperor, but also as hostages against their own families. Because the threat pretty much was betray and send your own genetically modified super soldier of a son to end you. So, in this case, I want to give the benefit of the doubt and say that there could be 200,000 nobles of Terra. This is the highest statistical number I am willing to concede. So, we have an extremely small recruitment pool with the Custodes recruiting only from the nobles of Terra. And the children that are born in the nobles of Terra obviously come from an arranged marriage between noble families between men and women. Now, it is renowned when it comes to empires at war, and in general when it comes to conflict both fictional and happening in the real world, that men are more expendable than women as a resource. Because at a parity of numbers, you need just 30% of males left in a community to be able to have genetic diversity while making pregnant every woman in that community. Because men can impregnate multiple women a day, and women can get pregnant only once every 9 months. So this means that shrinking the number of the male Terran-born nobles population, as long as you don't do it to the extreme, changes nothing for the reproduction of the nobles and the recruitment of the custodians. You take just some males from every family in the pool once per generation, and the ones born after from the males that are left will make up for it. Do it with enough strategy, you will still keep the number of nobles born compared to the ones that die during the augmentation process still in the net green. So the nobles' families grow, because again, very many children die when they are being augmented to try and make them into custodians. The process without the Emperor has an almost 100% death ratio. If by calculations only one every year becomes a custodian. But if we follow the claim made on Twitter by Games Workshop, then not
I think you watch a Fire Eye video explain the code in NES Tetris, and somebody they're thinking about Bob so fast they got to what?
only female custodians exist, but
It
that they
would make more
always
sense than
existed.
this. Don't worry, we got this. I think I'm starting to get it.
You are shrinking the entirety of the recruitment pool by using Terran-born noble women that once they become custodians, after thousands upon thousands of them die, can't give any children to the nobles. Shrinking the number of males with moderation doesn't give any kind of problems to the recruitment pool. Doing it to women inevitably leads you not only in the red, but over a long span of time, leads the nobles and the entirety of the recruitment pool to extinction. And by my calculations, that would happen in around 500 years. So, this retcon actively makes the existence of custodians in general unbelievable. It has been 10,000 years that they have been used.
Okay, I think I get it now. Okay, so what the Italian stallion over here is saying is so for Space Marines, the reason you can't have females is because of the gene seed. The gene seed only works on males, you know. That's it. You know, short to the point. For Custodes, they all come from nobles. So the way Custodes work is, since so imagine how hard it is to become a Space Marine, right? To become a custodian, it's even fucking harder because they're doing a bunch of other shit that's like probably won't work. So it's a very small survival chance. So it'd be bad if the custodians were being female, because then you'd have less of a chance to get more males. So damn, I'm hard to explain. It's hard for me to explain shit, but I think I get what he's getting. There's only a finite amount of nobles on Terra, so if they get, and they're already grabbing a shit ton of the noble population to become custodians, so that means there's not going to be a lot of nobles left over for there to be enough nobles, and they only make nobles custodians. So if they're getting more females, then that means less ways to birth them. I think I get it. Is Terra just Earth? Yeah. Warhammer's just doing that because it's funny. And I'm pretty sure there's like a book that's like 3 books explaining why Terra is called Earth, why Earth is called Terra. But yeah, Terra's Earth.
In both men and women. By M32, the custodians shouldn't have been a thing anymore. And it was the job of the writer to fix this problem in some way. If he couldn't, he shouldn't have made the fucking retcon. Does this show you that their existence is a big problem? Hope so. Tangent over. Let's go back to the video. And then he shows probably one of the worst mindsets to have. I kid you not. He says that a good reason to have female custodians in the setting is to set up romances between custodians.
No! No shot! It's the Latin name. For Italian and Spanish people, it is Terra in real life. Really? Huh. It's a name of a god, too. Huh. Huh. Interesting. But 2 custodians to be what? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean, bro? Look up Earth on a translator, all right? Earth in Italian.
Terra.
Well, I'll be damned. Warhammer is Italian, confirmed. I should have known it. The Emperor is Italian.
But if 2 custodians were in love, that could be a really interesting way to have custodians do something wrong for a very
stupid, bro.
Understandable reason. So I do think it could lead to some really...
I mean, look, all you got to do is for custodian to make a fault is to make them extraordinarily like hateful or prideful, bro. Like literally, you can do that. You can like literally insert like copy and paste being too prideful or too hateful for any fucking Warhammer like character, bro, and it fits, bro. Because everyone fucking hates each other's asses in Warhammer, bro. Just saw somebody play Baldi's Basics on YouTube. We did it first. Damn comic pets. Exactly, we're that good. Yeah, it's yeah. I don't. There's not a lot of romance shit you can really do in Warhammer. I guess like a Rogue Trader. It fits in Rogue Trader because you're literally a fucking multi-billionaire scallywag. I don't know. No, it's not. Romance really isn't that good for Warhammer, to be honest. For guard, I could see it, you know, because you're a literal bruh sometimes as when you're for the guard, bro. But, yeah, custodian Space Marines are stupid, bro.
Interesting.
Don't they go through what do you call that shit? They go through hypnotherapy, bro.
But yeah, it is hilarious the way Games Workshop is going about it, where they're like, we always plan this.
New race, the shit magoogs. They hate everyone themselves, and they have a civil war every Tuesday that lasts for exactly 14 minutes and 34 seconds. That's an actual race. That's not the name, but that's an actual fucking race, bro. Hold on. What are they? They look like fucking T-Rexes with machine guns for hands. I'm not fucking joking. Hold on. What are they called? Warhammer Xenos. Fucking gun for hands. Let me see if I can find this. Not Tyranids. They don't have any official models yet, bro. They have like a gun for a head. The Bargessi? The Bargessi? Yeah, these fuckers, bro. They literally hate everyone and everything, and they just want to fight. Which could also be orcs, but orcs do it for the love of the game. These guys just fucking hate. They hate. They hate. They hate. Hate. They hate. But yeah, psycho indoctrination. Yeah, they literally get that kind of those kind of thoughts like hypnotized out of their bodies. So the romance aspect does not make any fucking sense at all. It also fits into the rat goal, to be honest. Now, who's the rat goal? Warhammer! Warhammer! Rat goal. Oh, yes. Terrible day to have eyes. This would be a great Necromunda miniature. Oh, yeah. There we go, bro. We made a video about it. Hell yeah.
It was always supposed to be this way. It wasn't.
Now, removing that this will be heresy on any level. The Emperor didn't want superhumans reproducing. But is it just me, or does this sound extremely sexist? He then has the courage to call the people outraged at a politically motivated change that arrived in their own hobby just by activists complaining about inclusivity, a loud minority. When the loud minority was the people that wanted this stupid as fuck retcon.
And the way people are handling
yeah, that's weird.
it. Mostly nobody cares, but there's definitely a vocal minority of people losing their mind who are like, I'm done with Warhammer 40k. Let's boycott the company.
Misspelling. I'm sorry. Hold on. Misspelled captions. I'm just gonna have to. Let's see. Where's that? There we go.
Burn it all to the ground. Hashtag not my Warhammer. I don't think. I don't think this change actually changes anything.
And after endless minutes spent trying to justify this change saying that it doesn't matter, after I just showed you that it invalidates the Custodians as a faction at large, and trying to use the old retcons made to factions with almost no lore established as a good comparison, for a change made to a faction that by this point was established for almost a decade, with a bunch of lore written in stone, he then lies about the Warhammer is for everyone announcement, say that it was done because of the Spanish guy that showed up in the World War II German symbol, and signed himself as the Austrian painter at a 40k tournament.
That is the wildest fucking thing, bro. Yeah, if you guys want to go down even further into the rabbit hole, look that shit up, bro. That shit is wild, bro.
And won, because all other participants, weak as they were, refused to play him.
It kind of reminds me of back in the day when Games Workshop did their famous.
There was a thing too where like they couldn't get rid of him or some shit either because of the waste or something like that. Like legally, they weren't able to kick him out of the tournament.
Everyone post, which was a little pandery, but I appreciated the sentiment because it did come right after that event where some jerk went to a convention wearing like an outfit that made everyone uncomfortable, and so
just say who they were, bro. No balls.
Everybody decided not to play him. And so Warhammer published a little article. One of the great powers of our hobby is its ability to bring people together.
By Spanish law, you can't keep people out of business for their political ideology. Yeah, that's why. They could have been sued if they did. Yeah.
In common cause, to build bonds and friendships that cross divides. We believe in and support a community united by shared value of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that is not a reflection of who we are or how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept...
Yeah, he dressed up like a fucking Nazi, bro. What am I gonna do? Get demonetized for saying it, bro? I don't give a fuck. Just remember, kids, don't say the G word on stream, otherwise TikTok's gonna close it, gonna shut down everything. You can't say don't say the G word. You know that thing that you do when you place money on the table and there's a dealer and then he plays the cards and stuff. Don't say that word.
Nor condone any form of prejudice.
What did you say?
Hatred or abuse in our company or the Warhammer hobby. We will continue to diversify the cast of characters we portray through miniatures, art, and storytelling so everyone can find the representation and heroes they can relate to. And if you feel the same way, whether and whoever you are, we're glad you are a part of the Warhammer community. If not, you will not be missed. It's just basically saying don't be a jerk. It's kind of really what that whole post boils down to, in very flowery language.
While that announcement was made in 2020 during the George Floyd riots, and everyone was angry about it because Games Workshop is a UK-based company. Why the fuck would they release this statement during that period of unrest in the US if not for pandering and showing support to the woke movement that was burning down cities? So, more lies in a single video. So, the torture we inflicted on ourselves with Eons of Battle is over. Mine and Pio's judgment on this guy, his models look extremely good. This guy can paint. If you want to learn how to paint, watch him. But when it comes to the lore he so much speaks about, for that, I will let my precise thoughts be expressed by Dark Viper AU.
What is wrong with you? Shut the fuck up!
Now we move to...
I'm afraid of ever doing a lore video like that because I feel like I just say the word every third fucking word. Either that or the word fuck every 2 words. Followed by the word and then another fuck.
Major Kill. My opinion on Major Kill when it comes to the lore has not changed. He's not even a clown. He's the entire fucking circus. Keep in mind. The video is called Female Custodies Are Now 100% Canon. What does this mean for Warhammer 40k? It's specific...
Gooner Custodies. It's called editing. You can cut it out. True. I feel like... I'm just imagining the amount of editing I would do for the video, and it just looks like a fucking... It looks like I'm doing a slideshow. Because I move around a lot when I talk. So, like, if I'm saying the word and fuck and I cut that out, I'm just gonna be, like, moving all over the place. Yeah, make Warhammer video and just fuck it up as much as you can. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck it up on purpose. Okay, gotcha. Guys, alright. Warhammer idea, totally not stolen from a viewer that just said it right now. We're gonna do a LARP hammer video where we 100% say the most incorrect shit possible, and then it'll make 10 billion views. We're gonna start out by saying that thing with the Tau Dreadnought. You know, though the Dreadnought was found, he turns out he was like 10 billion years old. My editing looks like a chessboard playing 5D chess.
Goes over during the video the story of the first of the 3 custodians mentioned in the codex, Kallade Starovalia Cache. Now, me and Pio read all the female custodians lore for a Lord Destroyers video. We laughed at...
How much lore is there for that specifically? Because that has to be all new, right? Like within the span of a year and a half, maybe?
Asses off for how stupid it was. But still, looking for proof, Lord Destroyers Episode 6. The story of Tarovala Cache is literally 2 pages long. Major Kill, in his explanation, gets the ending of it completely fucking wrong. It is bewildering that for a 20 minutes video, a lore YouTuber didn't bother to read the 2 fucking pages of lore.
Hell yeah. A squad of custodies teleported on board her ship and captured her, ending her blood game. It turns out that one of the crew members was nervous about the...
Remember that one Slaanesh elf chick art I seen?
Female custodian's plan.
Which one? 3 characters, a grand total of 4 pages. Took us an hour to go through. Too many problems. I think one of the biggest problems they did was the Tithe episode they came out with. Like, that was like the first like on-screen female custodian, and she was just a straight fucking asshole, bro. Then again, that's also like the best way you can present a custodian at the same time too, because custodians fucking hate Space Marines with a burning passion. But like, that's still the worst thing to do, bro. It's just a lose-lose situation. Do you make them a total asshat, or make them or do you make them just I guess not a Mary Sue, because custodians, most people's perception of custodians is that they're Mary Sues to begin with. Yeah, it's just a silence, bro, and then she was just a straight fucking dickhead, bro, to the Space Marines. But like, that's also a good representation, because custodians fucking hate Space Marines too. We're cold and calculating, but never that angry. Yeah, bro. She's fucking... Oh my god, these words are unknown to me. Yeah, that I was surprised by. You think Space Marines would know multiple languages? which annoyed the Sisters of Sounds for them a lot. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Shouldn't Space Marines like know multiple languages or some shit, or at least have like some on-hand like visor thing to be like, hey, this is what she was saying. I feel like sign language would be a really simple thing to translate on their fucking visors. Like I know the visors don't have computers, but they do. But they don't. But they do. But they don't. I don't know. Weird.
And seemingly betrayal, so alerted the Imperial Palace.
Also, why did they do the White Templar are done so fucking dirty, bro? Because the White Templars, like they're almost like the polar opposite of Black Templars, where they just I guess like not really a polar opposite, but like the whole thing is like they're honor bound and shit. You know, if you watched it, that's the and then they just got shit on, bro. They know high Gothic and low Gothic, the sign language, and Sisters is a secret. It's called Thought Mark. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Warhammer, bro. There's so much lore for that shit. I have like 7 books, bro, and I haven't read any of them, bro. I'm so fucking illiterate. I do be painting minis though. Where's my custodians? Hold on, we gotta show this. We gotta show the Italian man and my awesome custodians. Let's see. This one's cool to show them. There we go. And where's that? There we go. Yeah. All right, here's a couple of my awesome custodians. This is the Venatari. Pretty cool. This is all mostly done with speed paint, by the way. I'm fucking terrible with thinning paint, so I just don't thin paint. The unit's fucking broken in Horus Heresy, by the way. 40k they're pretty good, but in Horus Heresy it's fucking broken. The new custodian, Dreadnought, and then here's the proxy of him. Now you might be saying, wait, hold on, this actually looks just like him. Funny thing is, this was a recast of it. Shh, don't tell James Workshop. This is an actual Forge Hammer or Forge World. I challenge you to read the sources listed under our Armageddon video. Revolvers are my favorite weapons. They're cool, and then they just yeah, they're cool, but they play like dog shit in both games, bro. But they look cool though, man. I really hope they change the data sheet on that because I want to play with it more. I modeled one of them with the sword. Here you go. Here's a old and new model side by side. So this one's the female one I was telling you about. And like I said, like the kit comes with three female bodies and 3 male bodies, and their arms are all fucking locked in, bro. It's so dumb. If you put the cape on, their arms get locked in place, bro, and it's I don't know. It sucks, man. That it's like the older ones right here, like you can mix and match any of the arms and shit, and it's completely fine. So you can move them up and down, you can move them with whatever. These ones though, you have to use specifically like the arms that are specifically for this model, this model's chest, and then as soon as you put the fucking cape on, the arms get locked in, and I fucking hate that, bro. If you take the cape off, then you can move the arm up and down and shit. It's a little fiddly though, but the capes look cool, man. But it locks the arms in, bro. Fuck. Oh my god, bro. These models are just so. Especially because they were designed for, like, yeah, you can use them 40k, but they're designed specifically for Horus Heresy, so you're supposed to model them in a fuck ton of different ways. There's so much more equipment in that game, and it locks them, it mono poses them, bro. Custodians of all things too, like, it's so fucking dumb, bro. Meanwhile, you got this dreadnought. You were able to basically, this kit was awesome, man. This kit was so fucking cool because you can basically pose them in any way you want. Like, I think for this one, like the pose they show you to do is like put his spear behind him because he's doing like some kind of like kung fu ass like thing or some shit. But I decided to like do it like that, like he's ready to thrust. The other one, I'm gonna like do it like that, so he's gonna fucking chuck the spear at like a defiler or some shit. I think that look cool. So that I just don't like how hard they kind of drop the ball on the infantry models. Make them do JoJo poses. Yeah, no, you can do that too. Yeah, they have like an open palm, bro, so you can like do that shit or something like that. And what's funny is like the Venatari ones that came out right after, they're super fucking posable. Canonically, these dreadnoughts are incredibly fast and agile. Yeah, that's why I wanted them to be like doing some crazy shit. This model is like super posable, so you can like put the arms in any positions you want to and shit. And you don't have to do anything to like hide all the shit that you're doing, you know. So I just don't like how they fucking drop the ball on these fucking guard, bro. Because these things are like they're not gonna replace these because they just came out. These things are gonna be the go-to model for the next 14 fucking years or some shit. Make a miniature Optimus Prime. Hold on. I mean, I have a miniature of myself. Does that work? Do I have a miniature of Optimus Prime? I think I printed out something like that. Ooh. I still gotta paint the fucking the whatchamacallit. The Warframe. Yeah. I still gotta paint them. They also lied. They said the female bodies would be obsolete. Yeah, bro, that's what I fucking hate about it, man. It was such a weird thing that the advertising was so weird, man, because like the way they said is like, oh yeah, you can swap the heads around. And they showed specifically the helmets and shit, but like, so everyone was happy about that, and then the bodies were female and shit. You know, and the hard part, the weird part is like, they're trying to do, not the straw man, but kind of be like morally superior by like not sexualizing them, and then like they give custodians like boob armor and shit, like specifically molded boob armor and stuff, and it doesn't, I don't know, that doesn't make any sense, man. Especially when they're like, yeah, they're more like custodians, they don't get that crazy gorilla build that Space Marines do, but they're still like, so they're more atomically similar to regular fucking humans, but they're still gonna be humongous, you know what I mean? So they wouldn't really have like boobs anymore. At least not enough to warrant fucking like molded armor and shit. So it's just like that kind of are still sexualizing them, even if you're saying you're not. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's fucking weird. And then and it feels like it's there. And then again, like this, and then the shield captain. That's it. After that, there's no more females after that. So it went from like 50-50 to 0, and because there's been the Venatari, there's been the new jet bikes that they're coming out with, there's the new Terminators that they're coming out with, and none of them have female bodies at all. So how did, like, what the fuck, bro? You go from 50 to 0%, bro? Like, what is your stance on this? What are you doing, bro? Like, I'd understand if you at least like were keeping it like one like they're not like, they just went from 50 to 0, bro. So what? It's so weird, man. What are they doing, man? What's their stance then? You know, is it did it go from like there's always been it, and then I guess it went from like here, damn, like here, damn, here's your models, that's it. You know, like, oh, you'll have them right here, but that's it. You're good. You guys are good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Our stance is whatever the money says. Yeah, and that makes it even shittier. You know, because then it just shows that they didn't like they fold it, and then they just don't care anymore, and it makes the whole situation even shittier, man. Like personally for me, Custodians and Space Marines, if they like, it's way too fucking late to have made them female. It's impossible. You know what I mean? Like it's for the custodians, they were able to get away around it. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, are they even gonna have any female representation 20 years from now? Like, or was this more of like a here, damn, and then they're not gonna do shit? It feels fucking disingenuous. It feels extraordinarily disingenuous that they kept it to a footnote of just like we did this just to cater, and then we don't care anymore, and it just feels extremely disingenuous for whatever side you're picking. And if and the fact there has to be a side, it's fucking stupid, man. Like, and also again, the shield captain is monopose. It's so fucking dumb, bro. We made a video about the Scissor of Silence a few months ago, explaining all the lore and their feats and quirks. Oh yeah, speaking of Scissor of Silence, guess how many units they have? They have 4. They have the 4, not including the characters, and 6 of those. Like I think they have like 2 characters, and 3 units that all come from the same box, and that's the only release they've really had. They have a Rhino and then a Forge World transport and shit. But yeah, the Sisters of Silence are just like they've got new rules and shit, but their model counterparts they just don't do shit with it, man. It's so fucking weird. That's the biggest problem with Warhammers, where like there's so much shit where they try to cry out for more women representation, and then they have shit. You know what I mean? Dude, the funniest part is when people say like, why don't they put men in the Sisters of Silence? And there are, you know what I mean? Like you can play with there are male models in the Sisters of Silence army that you can play with. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. There's priests and shit. Like technically, like I guess lore wise, I think they're not part of the Sisters Administratum and shit. They're part of like the other shit or whatever, but they're still like male priests and shit. And you can like the fucking, what are they called? There's a whole unit where like they're like servitors, but for Sisters of Silence, and like their males getting fucking with like tentacle robot hands and shit, and it's so fucking cool looking. They're adjuncted, yeah, but yeah, they're not part of it, but they're still being used with them and shit. So like, there you go, they're there, yeah. And that's what I think is funny. I don't know. I play a lot of Warhammer tabletop. All right, back to the Italian stallion.
Turn, Kesh ordered the man to be turned into a servitor and the entire crew to be punished. She wanted a crew that trusted her completely and committed to her orders without hesitation, no matter what they were.
No, wait. You are showing the lore on screen. Did he just fucking fuck up retelling the lore that is on screen? Let's see.
It's like saying the Surf the Space Marines are female Space Marines. But I deal only with lore. No, that's true. I think for me, it's more of like how there are Sisters of Silence to they have Sisters of Silence and Custodians. You know what I mean? Like they have there. If you want more female representation, then focus more on the already existent female representation instead of just throwing that shit to the wind.
Yeah, let me hear what he said.
Board her ship and captured her, ending her blood game. It turns out that one of the crew members was nervous about the female custodian's plan and seemingly betrayal, so alerted the Imperial Palace. In turn, Kesh ordered the man to be turned into a servitor and the entire crew to be punished. She wanted a crew that trusted her completely and committed to her orders without hesitation.
Yeah.
That's literally that's literally.
There's more women than men. Like for the Custodies? Or are you just saying in general? Like, is there more Custody characters? I'm not too familiar with like I know all about lore, but I don't read a lot of like actual like stories and shit. I guess I'm too busy playing fucking tabletop. A recent thing I found out about is like all the general Like, what's cool is for the tabletop is they have characters, and then you have like, say, a Space Marine captain. You know, they have like a generic character, but turns out those generic characters are actually characters in the story and shit. So I thought it was funny. Comment before that. Hold on, I think I'm actually fucking stupid. Yeah, it's balanced. 2 complete male armies, two complete female armies. The rest is mixed. If anything, now there's more women than men. I think actually I'm fucking stupid.
The opposite of the story. He's literally saying the opposite of the story. Of like, I can understand it is shitty lore, but it is 2 fucking pages, Major Kill. Like you have them here. You are showing them. What the fuck? Like.
Yeah, the captain got servitorized, not the one that betrayed.
The captain got servitorized, the entire crew got punished, and then was allowed to go back into service, which punished in this case, like, would have been like probably being tortured alive. But the woman that actually denounced there to the custodians in the Imperial Palace was promoted to be the captain. He literally said the opposite, because she wanted a crew that followed her orders like blindly. Even at the end, she says that the fact that they were following her orders blindly was what made them get punished. And she actually gave a reward to the one that didn't, just for reference. Fucking Christ. Major Kill, I can understand that you have, like, no kind of fucking commitment to the lore with 700k subscribers. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
That fucker has 700k, damn.
Because rule of numbers. But for real, you couldn't be bothered to read the 2 fucking pages. We are at that level now. Giulio, do the honors. Show the true lore to the viewers and Major Kill.
Officer of Vox, Siwa Batur, make yourself known, he commanded. Unable to stop a traitorous body from shaking, jaw clenched tight, the officer with the ocular teether rose to her feet and gave an Aquila salute.
That man's got a hot-ass
Officer
voice.
Batur here believed it appropriate to ignore your request for absolute secrecy. She dispatched a coded distress call amidst her standard data missives, and we detected it. Shipmaster Lethwick choked in outrage. But before he could berate his rebellious officer, the shield captain pointed a finger at the man, menacing him to silence. There are those who will call such disobedience to a custodian heresy, said Cash slowly. And yet in this instance, unthinking capitulation risked infinitely greater evil. Recommendations? Asked Nicodemus. This crew has been found wanting, replied Cash. A sword that turns willingly upon its master offers no protection. But examples can be instructive. We shall hand the shipmaster over to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Let them make a servitor of him, if he wishes to serve so unthinkingly. Excoriation for the crew. Then let them return with punitive status to their battle fleet, that they might spread the word of vigilance. As for Officer Batur, one hopes that she will captain this vessel in the future with the same courage and clarity of faith she has shown this day. This defense of the Golden Throne requires no less.
So, we have an unfunny and generally completely morally bankrupt person trying to be a lore YouTuber, while making minor and major mistakes in every single video of lore he ever made. And trust me, we watch him constantly for lore destroyers. Some of his edits even ended up in the last video we released, which was a best-of the first 4 episodes of Lore Destroyers.
Hey.
Trying to be a lore YouTuber and expert while not even bothering to read the 2 pages of shitty lore that even we, that can't stand it, took the time to read just to be sure to be precise when we demolished it. Why the fuck are people even following this guy? This one is another technically not lore.
I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to read the 2. How many pages did you say it was? Only 8 pages, bro? How bad of the lore? How bad does it have to? Is it that poorly written? Jesus.
And instead of Oreos, Ginger Snaps, and Chips Ahoy, we got cookie.
Nice.
Lore YouTuber. But that tends to speak and lie a bit too much about the lore for my taste.
Two-
and
or-
it
yeah.
is none other than Goobertown Hobbies.
Yeah, 2 pages for the story of Cash, but you said like for all the recent lore, it's only like 8 pages on. Hold on. Let me backtrack this shit to read. And blah, 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 blah. 3 characters, a grand total of 4 pages. Wow.
And before we get into the single video we were sent of him, there is a little trivia
4
story.
pages, bro. That's like one more. That's one more page in the entirety of Votan lore. Fellas, grand idea. We become the lore tuber for Votan, and then we just make shit up on the spot. But nobody's going to refute my totally 100% true statements because there's no fucking lore. No, there's a book that came out recently, I think. Just make all the diggy hole memes canon.
Goobertown Hobbies was already featured on our channel, in the final section of the Female Space Marines video. In fact, we brought up one of his tweets while we were making an entire expose for the motivations of the activists trying to change the OP. What many people don't know is that he answered under the video. He was the only...
Many YouTubers' major kill was 10 minutes and 2 hours, 7 minutes, and he manages to make it all about himself in that response. Yeah, because I guess he just didn't give a shit about other people, bro. I mean, if like I said, if he was like, if he backstabbed like what 2-3 people, and then of course he's gonna make the video all about himself, bro, because he doesn't actually give a shit. I'm pretty sure the response is, oh, it's because I'm only just covering myself. It's like, still kind of have to kind of go over the whole video, don't you? You know, if you want to give context, you got to go over the whole video and not just a 7-minute fucking segment, bro. That of which you've chopped up only the bits to support your argument. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Just make a topic about a game that doesn't even exist, so it's all correct regardless. Oh, all right, guys. What we do is we're gonna make a video game. And then we're going to make another YouTube channel, and then I'm gonna make all the lore for that video game that I'm making, and then nobody's going to complain about it because I'll just say it's all true. Aha! Where am I going with this joke? Now the response is that he has done more for the community, that he's the bigger YouTuber in number, and that he has listened to 100 audiobooks. Or almost 90 pieces of. Only for the Armageddon, keep in mind. Red not listen like him. Specifically 100 audiobooks. All right. Yeah, Red not listened. Only for the Armageddon video. Damn, there's that much fucking... Are you talking about the War for Armageddon, right? My dumbass was thinking of the fucking Armageddon launch box. Yeah, where's that bad boy? There it is. The joke is that we aren't gonna do shit, and that's the entire joke. Exactly.
Want to do so, in fact, on the video directly. And to say he ended up being badly burned would be an understatement. Giulio, please read this comment.
For a fucking decade, bro. Yeah, nah, that's kind of fun. Yeah, you think somebody whose whole his whole channel is just his whole channel is pretty much dedicated to lore, and the only thing he does is listen to shit. I don't know. It feels a little bit lazy. Yeah, that definitely is a fucking lazy.
Is Goobertown
that's like if that's like I'm having an aneurysm.
Tourist who doesn't know what they're talking
I know
about?
I was going with
or
that.
are they a person who has painted thousands of warhammer models since the 1990s? It's not possible to be both. On the topic of the video, no girls allowed will always be deeply, deeply stupid. It does make sense for some chapters to be filled with dogmatic no girls allowed types because variety is good. But there is no reason for all of the chapters to be pathetic no girls allowed losers. Swinky face.
Removing that this is an appeal to seniority, because the guy might be painting from 30 plus years, but he showed even in this comment how much he doesn't fucking know about the lore. The chapters don't have a choice on who they recruit. They can recruit only males by established lore. But obviously, I didn't leave this comment alone. I gave it my answer.
2 months at 9 to 5. How many people? Yeah. So like, when I heard about you, I thought it was just you. How many people do you have? Like, how big is your team that you work with? Out of curiosity. Ooh. Hold on. No, not the Odyssey. Not the Odyssey. Where is it? The second Xenos lore. You know what? I should probably just type the word Armageddon. Armageddon. I know how to spell. Holy shit. Holy fuck. My co-host and my narrator, but I'm the main narrator, researcher, and writer, and even editor. Oh, nice. Sources used Crusade for Olenor. Holy fuck. Codex, Space Marines, Blood in the Machine. Good lord, bro. How the fuck do you even find the correlation for shit like that? Like, out of curiosity, like, I'm not one to do research. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't do lore videos, so I don't need to do research because, you know, I just play tabletop. Don't worry about it. I'm making myself seem like a shitty person. Fuck. Like, how do you go from Codex Orcs 4th edition to Codex Space Marine 7th edition? Like, how the fuck do you find the correlation for that shit? Damn. Oh my god, if I was good at researching like this, I'd actually be passing college. I'm passing college, don't worry. But I am failing English. Yeah. Annihilation Squad, Codex Orcs. Good lord. The White Dwarf 255, specifically issue 255. Lots of research and source research on the wikis. Find the research, read them, see which one's the correct correlate. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. See, if I spent 2 minutes to think about that, I could have put two together with wiki, but I didn't because I'm a fucking moron. Good lord, bro. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna fucking do it. I would never fucking do shit like this. What's up, Devin? I'm going down the rabbit hole talking to this YouTuber with like 40,000 subscribers right now.
This is how this weather got me feeling, bro.
Hmm?
Like the Tatooine music.
Yes.
I just took like a cold ass shower. Oh wait, sorry, that's probably licensed. That's probably.
Oh shit, you're right. That's fine. I mean, it's only Disney, bro. What are they gonna do? Delete my channel, bro?
You're gonna send fucking Blackwater. You're gonna send the Pinkertons to raid your home.
Fucking Pinkertons.
Wizards of the Coast did that shit, bro.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm going down a rabbit hole with sort of like with this guy right now. Just showing me all the I basically like a lore tuber rabbit hole between like really shitty ass like lore YouTubers and shit. And it's definitely interesting.
All right, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. That was my awesome roommate who plays Tao. He whoops my ass every time. And because I lose against Tao so much, it only reinforces my hatred towards Tao. It's not out of being a LARPer. It's out of pure experience. All right.
Tao hate is completely justified.
Yeah, justify Tao hate. The best kind of hate. Oh my god. Major Kill listened to one of our audiobooks for his entire lore career. Nice. plays Tau, I would be moving. Oh my god. Yeah, bro, that fucking Tau shit is so fucking nasty to go against, bro. I will give look I will glaze my homie for several seconds. He doesn't shoot me from far away like a pansy. What he does is he spawns his shit 2 feet in front of me and then guns all my shit down. Tell him in our episode of the Mao's Gulf Crusade we showed proof that the Tau were the aggressors against Imperium. They start hostilities. Oh yeah.
The Tau were aggressive with their spheres of expansion.
Oh yes. He said the Tau were he agreed with you that because the Tau were aggressive with their expansion for the greater good until they start losing, and then it's like, wow, we didn't start it. Fuck you.
Nice planet, Wayla. It's ours now.
Yeah. Good times, good times. Where were we? Besides shitting on Tau, it's a Warhammer daily to do that. We're both LARPers and non-LARPers of the Warhammer community.
Damn! Last video's comment section is worse than the warp.
The Imperium responded.
Seems showing the true colors of other lore YouTubers makes people very angry, which makes the whole thing even more entertaining.
The monkiest Gulf Crusade, like, dude, it's such a Warhammer is such an easy rabbit hole to go into, bro. Because like, like what the fuck is like you like? I don't even know what the fuck is the monkiest Gulf Crusade is. I'm pretty sure as soon as I look it up, bro, there's probably like 10 books on that shit.
Oh,
it's either 10. It's either 10 books or like two sentences, bro. There's no it's like there's no either or.
You're here, Pio, and already in a fitting costume. Did you read the new script for once, seeing as you dressed up as a Steel Legionnaire today?
Oh yeah. It's certainly for the new video that I'm dressed like this. No other reason at all.
Great! Then we can start on time for once.
Sure. Just give me a minute. I forgot to eat my morning pure starch ration. Change of program, guys. We aren't going to march to invade the Martian colony of Brazil.
Our episode covers everything, including the lore problems and the incredibly bad Phil Kelly book. Oh, so you don't just go about the lore; you also critique the stories overall. Okay, all right. Yo, Devin, you should come back with like 3 cases of cold Sprite Zero.
Under control of El Presidente, sir.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hold on, bring me my wallet, dearie, so I can give you $20.
Instead, we are going to Armageddon.
Bro, I lost my fucking... I lost my 1,000 yen, bro, that I had my wallet for like 8 years, bro. So fucking mad.
Damn.
But I'm also not joking here. Here's $20. No, I guess I don't have that.
I can get 2 cases, maybe.
Maybe.
I'll throw a $5 in there, too.
Yeah.
I have a 5.
There you go. There you go. Let's go on that fucking... Let's destroy our fucking livers like we do the bi-month, or was it every like 3 months, bro? We just get cases of this fucking soda.
Twin Lance on stream real quick.
Oh yeah. Here, show the awesome YouTuber. There, where's it? There,
camera?
right here. Yeah, you show him on the cool camera. Yeah, there we go.
My Armored Core inspired Twin Lance.
It's so cool and original until you get fucking cheesed out by these fuckers, bro. I fucking hate them so much, bro. Hey, you know what? I can actually show you why I hate it. Like, let me see if I can properly convey this towards a non tabletop streamer. All right, bring your shit over here, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so this was a common thing that would happen. All right, so like. So when they first came out, and in 10th, so in Warhammer you would fight against like these objectives and shit, right? So in order to have control of these objectives, you have to have your miniatures on them. They would do these fucking lance fucks would do this funny thing where they would be on one point and then just at the end of the turn move to the other point to move block your shit, bro.
No, what they would do is they wouldn't need to stay on a point.
Oh, yeah.
They would just go out, shoot something.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the fight phase, they just get to and hold on. At the end of your turn.
Yeah.
I can have them all the way back here. Your stuff's like all the way over here. I can have them all the way back here.
So like terrain like that blocks can block line of sight. So he would just move his shit in the back of the terrain, so you would have no way to fucking fight them. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were on this objective and you capture it with like a few OC, at the end of your turn, I could just recapture it at the beginning of my turn and just capture it and then score it or prevent you from scoring it.
Yeah.
It's so uninteractable.
In true Tau fashion. And I hope this is sufficient evidence to show why my true seething hatred of Tau is justifiable.
It's okay. The Twin Lance aren't that good anymore. Actually, that's a lie.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. They went from like, they went from broken to OP. Go get my Coke Zero. What you gotta say to me? All right, where were we? Watching awesome videos.
It seems. Or we'll have to wait a bit more. Are you?
We have a counter for how many mistakes we find on Lexicanum, the wiki, and it's up to 125 with the premiere in a few days. Oh, fuck, bro. Like the problems in the wiki, or the problems with like the story overall, or the whole stories, I guess. How many stories were they multiple books and shit?
Mamma mia, I spent all night studying maps of Martians. I've already packed the Gabagool. Damn it, I was ready to execute PO-73 to keep morale in check.
I heard Gabagool. Yeah, that's right.
Armageddon.
That's right. I watched The Sopranos.
A world whose name is known across the Imperium. Armageddon. A world whose name has become a byword for war and destruction on a massive scale. Armageddon, where the fate of 1,000 worlds hangs in the balance.
Go. No, the wiki, the bad writing we call out, the counter is called the Lexicanum lied. Lexicanum lied. Go get some Gabagool. What the fuck even is Gabagool? Where's that? Where's that counter?
Descending on Ive Elsrich and Ive Hades.
Is it for this video or for another one?
When the orcs besieged the massive cities, Von that are not listed anywhere we looked, know that we did our best to find and research all material for this crusade. But if you find sources we missed with even more info, let us know. Not to say what we're going to narrate is unreliable or wrong. We still did all the research we could. It's just in case we miss something. Now you know why we missed.
It's a type of dried pork meat. It's a bad way of calling Cabacalo. It's in every video. There's a timestamp at the end for this one. Oh, there it is, yeah.
At the moment. And now let's move to
we'll play Minecraft on Monday.
All the events that we have covered.
Well, maybe not Monday. I said Monday was Friend Slap.
First of all, the backstory of Sebastian Yarrick that we recounted briefly when we introduced his character is in fact a bit longer than you can imagine. We gave you the extremely shortened version. The backstory of Yarrick is narrated in the short story Survivor that is included in volume 1 of The Best of Hammer and Bolter. It is a 60 pages long short
It's in every video. There's a timestamp at the end of this one. Oh, shit.
story.
Short story, 60 pages. The two things don't work with each other.
It is correct that he was born as Sebastian Vardin on the planet of Taos 3, and it is also correct that he became orphaned at the age of 7. But it is not mentioning that he was the coward and weak son of two affluent members of the higher echelons of the planet and his own Hive City, because Sebastian Yarrick wasn't born a badass. And it doesn't mention how much of a fucking asshole his own grandfather was. He paid the bullies of his own grandson to beat him up badly every time he had healed from the last beating they had given him. At one point, he paid them to stab him.
Tough but caring grandfather.
It also adds that when the orcs invaded the planet, Sebastian's grandfather was killed. That we actually don't know. Probable, but the man was recruited back into the Imperial Guard and left Sebastian. He didn't have other choices. And this part of the lore is instead completely fucking wrong. Sebastian didn't spend 3 years alone on the entire world. He spent months alone together with orc invaders in his own village after it was conquered. He was the only survivor after all, and spent all his time running around trying to not get caught, scavenging for supplies and even killing some Gretchins that got too close to one of his hiding spots. There is no forest to be told of. It was an abandoned high village far away from the main complexes. And he never killed a real orc in the entirety of the short story. This part is completely made up. The rest is more or less accurate,
Jesus
but read the
Christ,
short
Dante.
story. There is a lot more to it than this. But yeah, it goes deep enough into the backstory of Yarrick for how he joined the Guard and for how he lived when he was a child. Now, moving on, in the week of the Second War for Armageddon, the giant space hulk used as the main method of transportation of Ghazghkull in reaching Armageddon, called World Killer, is not mentioned anywhere, when it was one of the big plot points of how Ghazghkull and his new Wa left the planet they were stranded on. High Volcanoes is not mentioned anywhere in the week of the Second War for Armageddon, when it was the first hive to fall to Ghazghkull and we know in depth the story of how it fell and even the tactics he used to breach it. I will say it should be on the page. The page of the Second War for Armageddon also doesn't mention at all War Boss Ugulard, the orc sent by Ghazghkull to break the city and his defenders that would end up dueling Yarrick, losing and being killed in combat with the Old Man. And that is the reason Yarrick lost one arm. The tactics that Ghazghkull employed to try and take Hive Hades during the war are not mentioned anywhere, which is weird because he used the same tactics against Elsrich, and there they worked to the point that the orcs overran the Hive in a matter of weeks. So, I will say it warrants a mention. In the wiki of the Elsrich Crusade, the entirety of the squad of Grimaldus, so Arterion, Primus, Kador, Nerovar, and Bastilan, are not mentioned anywhere. Only Bayard is mentioned as a named character during the war.
I will say you're
Always in the page
You're
of the
extremely
Crusade for Elsrich,
meticulous.
it is mentioned that 2 War-Hound Titans were sacrificed by the Legio Invigilata contingent to keep the Mega Gargant Godbreaker in place as Jurisian fired the Ordinatus Armageddon. That is not the lore, it is made up. The plan of Legio Invigilata was that they would escort Jurisian and Oberon into the city, protect it until it fired against the Mega Gargant.
well, this is so we're looking at the Pontus Glaw 69's video on the Full Wars Armageddon. He's just showing me a couple of things, like how much fucking research this fucker does, bro. It's a wiki about books, should be precise. No, yeah, you're right about you are definitely right about that, yeah. Like, cause like, goddamn, bro, the fuck. Ugh. There's a lot of research. That's dedication right there, shit.
And then they would leave. But they were too slow to reach it before it could flatten the temple where Grimaldus and the survivors were fighting. So, the Warlord Titan Baneside sacrificed itself by pretty much running to reach Godbreaker, unloading on it to attract its attention, lure it back away from the temple into range, and allowing Oberon to hit it directly with a single shot it had to destroy it. In fact, not only Baneside is not mentioned anywhere on any wiki, but not even the Princeps of the Titan, named the Princeps Amasat, is actually mentioned anywhere. Oh look, Pio, we have reached 100 on the counter of Lexicanum Lied. We
Let's
get a reward
go.
for it. I got a new virus bomb.
It took it instead of a few weeks. I mean, it's understandable. I think like personally for me, I think I've heard more about Armageddon and by extension Cadia than almost any other than anything. Well, no, there's Armageddon and Cadia. I'm mixing the fucking two because I think I'm burnt out a whole lot. Armageddon is another planet, right? Am I losing my mind here? Like, this is a really basic question, and I'm sorry, but I need it. Yeah, it's a different episode. Okay, so Armageddon and Cadia are like probably like the top 2 things that get mentioned the most in from what I've seen for Warhammer, in terms of like locations, you know. Besides like Terra, but you know, it's not really like a place where a lot of shit happens. Well, I mean, obviously, besides the Horus Heresy and shit. So the shit that I've heard about, that like places I've heard about most that happens. Yeah, it was during the Great Crusade. Yes, Embo. Yes, Embo. Can I help you? What do you want to taste paint, Embo? Huh? You little silly boy? Huh? You want to watch 4 hours of lore videos by Italian? Huh? Oh! I think he likes it. Do you like Italians? Gah! Ooh. All right. I think I probably left the dog enough. Message for that one again. Oh, I think I'm fucking stupid. All right, hold on. Reading comprehension, yes. You should watch our first video on the random xenocides, the closest the Imperiums ever came to being shattered and humans to extinction. Is that Embo from the Fred Mr. Found footage? Yes, he is. That's the psycho that wants to eat people. All right. Where is it? Yo. Glaive, you know what'd be really funny? Or the Pontius? Is it Pontius? Am I saying it right? You know what'd be really funny? If I made a model of you and painted it. I recently procured a 3D printer. So I've been trying to find stupid shit to print out. So if there is a 3D model of you or something like that, I would love to paint it to paint the shit out of it. Yes. All right, what was I looking at? Something xenocides. I can use you as a fucking custodian character. A Custodes character. There's one for the series version of my avatar, but yeah. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. That's the finger puppet edition. There's another one. I gotta do both. We gotta make both. We gotta make the funny one and the serious one. Cause what are Custodes without our funny memes, bro? What the hell? I keep fucking blanking on what I was doing. Something about yes, that one. There we go. It's the first lore video after the trailer. Oh. This one? Oh, here we go. Look at that.
Okay, guys, a long video awaits us. Time to start making it. How are you typing?
What do you mean?
Your flork doesn't have ends.
Touché.
Anyway, I was asked to introduce the guardsman of the trailer. So I summoned you because people were very curious about you. Can you tell us your name? Great. Can you tell us a bit about yourself? Thank you for your introduction. I will snap if I...
Bro, the saddest... I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep going on fucking tangents, bro. Or just random shits and bits. The saddest thing they ever did was get rid of that fucking screen, bro, for the launch trailer of the new Dawn of War game, or not, or the remaster, or not remaster, I guess the HD version. Where's that shit? They did a 60 frame AI upscale of the trailer too, by the way. It's so uncanny. No, not that. Where the fuck is it? I know you have it somewhere.
Alan Dilks.
Did they get rid of the trailer? You motherfucker! Oh, here we go. It's so uncanny looking, bro. Where is it? No, you whore! Do the scream!
Even in death, I still serve.
God damn it! All right, fuck it, we ball. I'm trying to show you the video. We're getting off topic too hard, bro. There it is. Oh. Where's the scream? Should be right here. no, they did include it. They patched it in, bro. I swear to God, I'm not losing my mind. They got rid of the scream, and then they put it back in. I'm not losing my mind. I swear to God, I'm not going crazy. I am not crazy, okay?
Understand a single thing he said.
You don't speak old Kata-chan? He said his name is Joy, his hobby is singing, and he works in this theater from 3 years.
You got all that from his screaming? And anyway, if 3 snaps make him attack, and 1 summons him, what do 2 snaps do?
That is to require
They put it,
assistance.
yeah, okay, so they did put it, yeah, I'm not going crazy. I swear to God, I'm not losing my mind. They will not gaslight me, John Warhammer. You will not fucking gaslight me, James Workshop. Fucking Zeech.
And 4?
You don't want to know what happens if I snap 4 times. Pray to the Emperor I never have to do so. That you never have to see the horrors that would awaken. So, Pio, ready to learn even more 40k lore against your own will?
Do I have a choice?
No. We will go back at the time of the Great Crusade to talk about one of the most obscure conflicts that happened during it and solve a mystery that unfolded.
Fellas, who would win in a lore battle? Alright, hear me out. Who would win in a lore battle? Somebody who watched or who listened to 100 audiobooks of Warhammer lore, or someone who did nothing but watch the Pontius Gloss 69's lore videos? Who would win? Realize.
Child's sliver of sanity in the void, besieged upon all sides by forces of monstrous dread that are held at bay only by the blood and sacrifice of millions of forgotten heroes. For every crusade trumpeted to the masses as a safe legacy of triumph
I win,
and
creator
glory,
wins, alright.
like the much-lauded
Fair
victory
enough,
at
fair enough.
Ullanor, there are 100 dire tales of desperate stalemate with forces malignant beyond mortal ken. Were the populace of the Imperium to realize the dire peril in which they existed in the tenuous days of the Great Crusade, then it is likely that the terror would have kept them prisoners on old Earth, never to reach out for the stars. Of all these hidden threats and dire wars...
Considering the guy that listened to 100 audiobooks couldn't remember the lore 2 pages. Well, no, you see what happened, the reason why he got it wrong is because it wasn't, he didn't listen to it. He read it. There you go. There you go, case closed. That's why he got it wrong. Because he read he had to read 2 pages. He didn't listen to 2 pages. Big difference. Well, listening to 100 audiobooks does to a motherfucker.
As they're known, the most infamous among scholars of the Forbidden is that of the Rangdan campaigns.
I'm fucking my own miniature up.
But before solving the mystery, we need to introduce who the Rangdan are and what the Rangdan genocides and campaigns against them were for the Imperium of Men.
What the hell is a Rangda, by the way?
That is one of the neat parts. Nobody knows what a Rangda itself is. Nobody knows what they look like or who they precisely served. They are even theorized to be a slave race of my favorite Xenon species in 40k, the not so originally titled Sloth.
Are they called like that after
The
the word
fuck?
slaughter?
Yeah, as you can see, not really original.
It will be like calling the Primarch of a legion called the Iron Hands Ferrus Manus and make his hands made of iron.
How many times
What do
I
they
told
mean by
you,
that?
don't bully the Iron Man's fans. There are 2 of them, and their lore is punishment enough. The first encounter between the Rangdan race
Come
and
on,
the Imperium
bro, you don't
Men
want to have...
happened in 9 and 30. And
Come on, look at... You don't want a Space Marine faction called the Minotaurs and have them look like Minotaurs, bro? What?
before people get confused, we are using military dates. That means that M30 is from the year 29,001 to 30,000, and M31 is from 30,001 to 31,000.
Ferris
So
Man is
nobody
an
gets
Iron
confused
Hands
by
of
the
Land.
dates.
Oh my fucking... I think you just said it too, and that fucking... Dude, I can't listen to videos. I'm so fucking stupid, bro. Iron Hands, prior to Iron Hands, and has Iron Hands. What are you talking about, bro? That's fucking fire writing, bro. Holy shit. Never tell a Space Wolves player how many wolves, how many times there's a wolf in their fucking unit names.
Later on, an expedition of the 5th Legion, the White Scars, made contact with the race known as the Rangda in 839 M30 in the system of Advex Morse, located
Corvus, Corax, Raven, Raven. Okay, that's fine. I hadn't thought about that. Yo, Corvus, guard that place real quick. What'd you say? Corvus, guard that place? Raven, guard? The skeleton is huge. Oh fuck, hold on. Is it? I think the Lumia is fucked up right now. We got various. We got various things that show up on the screen. It's a good way to jingle keys to make people to keep viewer retention. Hold on. I'll definitely get that one video of Marnius Calgar throwing ass, and we'll just put in this somewhere in the bottom left. Give me a second. There we go. All right, where's my funny things? There we go. Snake. There we go.
at the galactic northeast of the galaxy, most probably near the Ghoul Stars, seeing as it was almost at the border of the galaxy.
Where the fuck is North in space?
The reports of the White Scars 105th Pioneer Company painted a very grim picture of what Advex Morse was. 6 worlds constituted the system of Advex Morse, and they were all super heavily fortified and garrisoned. Even the Division Militaris of the Imperium, seeing the amount of forces amassed at Advex Morse, would mistakenly conclude that Advex Morse was the seat of power of the Rangdan Empire. The First Legion was the one that received the report of the forces of the Rangdan at Advex Morse, and started amassing a mighty armada to go and conquer the Rangdan. 50,000 Space Marines of the Dark Angels were present. Another 100,000 support troops joined the forces of the Dark Angels too, both from the Imperial Army and the Mechanicum Tagmata forces of a nearby Forge world recently brought to compliance, Xana. The Legion at this time was led by Grandmaster Urian Vendrake, that amassed as the leading squadron of its fleet nothing less than 3 Gloriana-class battleships, the Invincible Reason, that during the Great Crusade was the flagship of the Dark Angels, the Paradigm of 8, and the Truth's Razor. These were supported also by almost 100 Capital-class starships of the Imperium of Men, and many times that smaller escort crafts. It was also observed by the explorators that the Rangdan had vast legions of captured humans and Xenos races on various of their defensive bulwarks, slave soldiers bound to the Rangdan masters by neural collars that enforced absolute loyalty, and made of them nothing less than savage drones to the Rangdan that were commanding them. The Rangda instead possessed many horrific weapons, products of vile technology created solely for destruction and subjugation, and their symbol of supremacy in the system was a massive wormhole that was sitting in...
I don't mean to keep pausing all your videos every 2 seconds, man, but like, if it's one thing I wish they did is I wish they had more Xenos miniatures, man. Or at least like, because there's a lot more of like different Xeno races that they have in Warhammer than just like the standard like Eldar dwarfs, technically speaking, orcs and Tyranids and shit, and Necrons. I just wish they focused more on all the other ones they have, like the funny monkey. The funny monkey gets me every time, bro. They're so interesting, man. But it's just mainly those 5 or 6 different armies and shit. We had a series called Xenology Lab where people complain about every episode of what. Yeah, of course, bro. I would say that's completely justified. That is justifiable confirmation, because like Warhammer is such a cool fucking. It's such a cool fucking IP, bro, and it's like what people want is people want to physically hold shit. You know what I mean? So like, it'd be cool for them to make miniatures of that, but you know, it's like you said earlier, is they Warhammer or Games Workshop loves money, man. So like when they want to make shit, they want to make shit to make money off of it. You know what I mean? So like a one-off model here and there, they don't really try to do that much anymore. Besides like the occasional like, what do you call it? Yeah, we covered the Crave and the Ragdoll, and they both be one of the minis. Yeah, bro. It's understandable. Like, I mean, they could definitely fit them in like either Kill Team, because they have like this. There's this alien mercenary Xenos motherfucker that's like has like 10 arms and some shit. And they have him in Kill Team. So either Kill Team, Necromunda, or even dare I say, start going all in on Rogue Trader. I think they could definitely go more into their role-playing side, like what they did with Warhammer Quest. It's like a tabletop RPG. What the fuck is that? What was that? Did somebody follow? Hello, I am new. Was that you, Crater? Usually my lights turn different colors whenever there's somebody following and shit. The species translates to death spreading. Ooh. Something you love, bros. They're Latin. I completely lost what I was going at. I was probably just talking about bullshit. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They want to destroy everything and everyone. Their survival is not a priority. I don't give a fuck, bro. I want to kill everything and everyone, including myself. There's so many fucking Xenos that are like that. Who's this Creator mod guy? I never heard of them. Yeah, it sounds like a dickhead.
Orbit of Advex Mors Primus, the capital planet of the system. This engine of war had the firepower of a full fleet of starships, and bore armor capable of shrugging off capital-scale starship weaponry. It would be the biggest obstacle in the conquest of Advex Mors.
And the Dark Angels, seeing all those fortifications and forces of the Rangdan in the system, chose the best way to attack, I hope.
Surely they did. They chose the best way to attack the Rangdan that was the least risky one. Full-blown frontal assault.
Let's go!
The Grandmaster Yuran Vendrake translated
it's not Warhammer unless they're throwing everything throw everything right in your fucking face, bro. Fucking we ball. They chill around exposed nuclear reactor cores and irradiate themselves for fun. They don't care. Yes, isn't that the polar? That is literally the polar opposite of Necrons, bro. Necrons did that shit because they lived next to radiation. They couldn't do dick about that, and by the time they moved, it was too late. Ragdolls do for the love of the game, bro.
System as a single wedge of steel and guns, facing just a few scattered squadrons of Ragdan warp Borgs as resistance when they appeared, and they were quickly destroyed by the fleet that had invaded the Ragdan territory. The invasion started with the Grandmaster himself.
Why is there more
assaulting at
purple
the end
happening?
of the First Legion's 8th chapter, the planet of Advex Mors Extremis. 1,000 warriors of the Dark Angels deployed on the planet against 10,000 enemies that were nothing more than frenzied flesh puppets, slaves of the Ragdan Overlord.
Sounds
They were
like
being thrown against the
Paladin, why are you on TikTok now?
Astartes to try and slow them down. The battle lasted only 3 hours, and the Dark Angels lost 200 Marines in the assault, with Urian Vendrake himself killing the Rangdan Overlord in the mines of the planet. And the same kind of situation repeated
Oh, were they
for another
retcon
4
too?
wars in
What?
the system.
Why'd they get
Skirmishes with
retcon?
slave armies of humans and various Xenos controlled by the Rangdan that were bleeding the First Legion, while only a few Rangdans were slain in the assault. Within a few months, the 4 outmost planets were in control of the Imperium, that now was aiming at Advex Mors Primus. The true battle would be fought here, because while the Dark Angels were subjugating the other planets, the Rangda had regrouped and gathered their forces in their huge shielded fortresses on Advex Mors Primus. Here Vendrake realized an assault on the planet or on the War Moon would turn into a war of attrition and bleed the First Legion even more, so he decided on a more daring plan. He will strike the planet and
Fair
the
enough.
War Moon at the same time, in the hope of conquering both. When the assault started, in the first few moments, so many guns fired at once that many hundreds of crafts of both sides were destroyed. A flotilla had formed a cordon around the War Moon and was making landing impossible. In turn, they were defending the planet with guns that were ripping apart the First Legion assault fleet. It will be with the sacrifice of the Gloriana-class battleship Paradigm of 8 that the tide of the engagement will finally turn. He plowed through the flotilla of the Rangda, and while under heavy fire, slammed directly into the side of the War Moon. The survivors
Every fucking book, bro. There's at least one warship, one of those big ass war barges goes down, bro.
On the surface, taking defensive position while they face the
Or the
Rangdan
Chad
warriors
version
for
of
the first
Necron.
time. A match for the Legionis Astartes. Both sides suffered extreme losses in the battle, but in the end they could not overwhelm the survivors, that had the time to overload the Gloriana-class battleship plasma reactor, that in exploding created a miniature sun that crippled the war moon and spread a deadly storm of debris across the orbit of the planet.
Why is it a standard Imperial tactic to throw irreplaceable ships and technology at the enemy literally to win?
I think it is part of the basic manual of every officer at this point to do this if things get dire. It will explain why it happens so many times across so many different wars. With the war moon silenced, the remaining two Gloriana-class battleships assaulted the planet directly. A rain of drop pods fell on it away from its fortresses. Smaller squadrons were sent to buy time for the rest of the landing forces on the surface with Stormbird transports and gunships. These forces will see action first, fighting and killing the slave soldiers sent to investigate their landing zones. For the first day of the invasion, the majority of the fighting was weathered by the order of Crows of the 1st Legion and the Marshals of the Hosts of Wind and Fire. First they had to fight only slave forces of the Rangdan that were leading them in the wake of the Rangdan assault. They in fact will be the first to face the true Rangdan in combat, and for this I requested the help of Giulio Ragusa, an Italian voice actor in training that offered to me his help for the videos, and he will help me narrate some parts of the story.
Little is known of the enemy those warriors faced, that they were towering creatures of fell strength, inhuman cunning, and bearing the products of a cruel technology that equaled or even exceeded that of mankind is common to all the tales that will later be told. The warriors that fought these initial battles suffered terribly, many of the columns reduced to less than half their original strength as they fended off the Rangdan, and several were annihilated entirely. But the information they procured was priceless indeed. The tactics, weaponry, and character of the Rangdan were laid bare to Grandmaster Vendrake, though at the cost of several hundreds of his finest.
Sorry, I thought I heard my dog whining.
Warriors, and with this, he planned his next steps.
From that point, things started moving quickly. Grandmaster Vendrake decided to use the weakness of the Rangdan immediately. A host of 30,000 Legiones Astartes in full panoply of war and with all the brutal weapons of their trade, pretty much all the combat-capable left Space Marines of the Dark Angels that were not bound to fight in orbit aboard the ships of the fleet, advanced to meet their enemy once and for all. Such a force couldn't be ignored by the Rangdan echelons on the planet, proud and certain of their own superiority. They quickly moved to oppose the 1st Legion that had dared to invade their home. The two armies met across a 100 kilometers battlefield of Advex Moors, made of broken outlands. The first stages of the battle were fought once again against the Slave Legion of the Rangdan, but the Grandmaster knew of the Rangdan tactics by this point, and instead of waiting for the Rangdan to expend the lives of their slaves on the blades of his brothers to find a weak link in their defensive line, he decided to strike first, leading a charge that burst through the slave soldier battalions and attacked directly the waiting Rangdan overlords.
Alright, so I'm illiterate. The slave legions, it's not them themselves, right? They're not being controlled by another race, are they? Or are they the same race enslaving their own people to send them out to go and fight?
The melee that resulted from this assault was brutal for both sides, but the Rangdan were too proud to retreat in the face of such a challenge. Giulio can take it from here once again.
Legions Astartes warriors were cut asunder by Rangdan warriors, enveloped in layers of energy shielding that burned the very air about them as they fought, while the lithe, vulpine Xenos fell before the tyrannic greatswords of the 1st Legion Terminators. It was a slaughter that would have ended in mutual
It's
annihilation.
humans and aliens played by the
Both
Neuro
sides
Cars.
equally
Oh
matched in
shit!
skill
Okay.
and power, until Vendrake met the Rangdan Warmaster in single combat. Vendrake was a superlative swordsman, strong of arm and swift in battle. Yet his foe was a towering monster cloaked in burning energy fields and wielding a huge crystalline blade that bled a neurotoxin of hideous potency. For an hour the duel raged, and as the warriors died around them, the two generals fought with savage ferocity, neither giving an inch. In the end, though racked by the pain of the toxin raging in his blood, and his armor rent and sundered, Urian Vendrake slew his foe and held high the severed head of the Rangdan Warmaster. The battle decided, and the pride of that foul Xenos breed broken.
With the death of their war master, the forces of the Rangdan scattered, now a broken force of disorganized soldiers. The next months were spent in siege after siege to bring down their fortresses and cleanse the planet and its war moon from the taint and general presence of every Rangdan remaining, until all of them were annihilated and the First Legion triumphed. But it was a bloody victory. It is estimated that some 10,000 Space Marines of the First Legion were slain in combat and active duty. 50 ships of the main line of the fleet were completely destroyed, including the Paradigm of 8, an irreplaceable Gloriana-class battleship.
I mean, I wouldn't really blame the Rangdan for that. I would say that if they stop throwing irreplaceable ships at the enemy like Blackstone fortresses on Cadia, they will not lose them as often.
I mean, I agree, but that is beside the point. Consider that this was the first campaign against the Rangdan, and with a force so massive, they still lost so many marines and battleships. It was a victory suffered in the blood of chapters, not even companies. This is just to explain what kind of enemy the Imperium was facing.
Yes, but this was the end of it, was it?
I mean, they are called the Rangdan Genocides for a reason. This was the first, there were 3 in total. The second Rangdan campaign was fought in 862 M30. Keep this in mind, we will come back to it later. When the Rangdans returned, the Imperium realized that Advex Morse was not the center of their empire, because it didn't arrive with a small fleet, but with a vast armada comprising thousands of vessels and a dozen war moons. A force of might that was completely unexpected and far exceeding the projected strength of any attack that could come from that side of the galaxy. They struck the northern fringes of the Imperium, annihilating all fleets set in defense of it, and forced all the colonists of the planet they were conquering into neural shackles, making them war slaves. It was only thanks to the efforts of expeditionary fleets under the banners of the White Scars and the Raven Guard that time would be bought for Imperial forces to rally and counterattack the invasion force, but the price for that respite was staggering.
At the isolated forge world of Xana, the combined forces of the 5th and 19th Legions fought a bitter holding action for 8 months, at a cost of 3,000 of the Legiones Astartes and many hundreds of thousands of Mechanicum Thralls. The siege of Xana would be broken by the furious onslaught of the Dark Angels and Death Guard, shattering the Rangdan blockade and cutting a path through the slave cohorts on the surface, to once again open up the forge as a beachhead for the Imperium's counterattacks.
Thanks for the help, Giulio. That will be everything, but I just realized something. You are an Italian living in Australia, and I never heard of you burning down pizzerias there to get vengeance for pineapple pizza. So I declare you excommunicate traitoris and banish you to oblivion for it.
I actually like pineapple pizza.
Following the siege of Xana, the war went on.
I forgot if Discord works on this setup or not, but I did send you some of your DMs. No, it does work. Who doesn't like pineapples on pizza? It's amazing. Bro, why would you like pineapple on pizza when pepperoni and jalapenos are a thing, bro? Oh, shit.
Belly score 9.5. The belly doesn't lie.
Outstanding Instagram post. Let's see what we got here. Pepperoni for life. Exactly. Look, pepperonis, jalapenos on Domino's pan pizza. All right. Yes. Learn to Fly 3. There's no way that's a physical game now. Bro, every game is like $5 or under. Wasn't this game like dog shit, from what I heard? And then Gooning, and then that's shut down. That's good. Oh, Kiwi Archive. Okay, okay. There we go. There we go.
On for more than 2 decades. Millions upon millions of deaths were suffered by the Imperium.
I'm glad we have the
19 inhabited
Minecraft
systems
story mode in the room. Why? We already played it, bro. We don't need to discuss anymore. Duh.
laid to waste.
Stupid.
And a further expedition past the exclusive post of Endris and Morox was put in place. During the war, contingents of 9 separate legions would become embroiled in the fighting, more than 300,000 space marines being deployed at the height of the conflict, with 3 primarchs that led their own legions in battle against the Rangda, with the main honor to being the foremost commander of the Second Rangda War.
There was no episode 6!
The Dark Angels.
Seemed like a desperate struggle for survival.
Even more than you might think, Pio. When the last expeditionary fleet had reached the eastern fringes of the galaxy, in doing so, they had attracted the attention of the Rangdan Serapvors, a species of macabre power and technological might. It seemed that the Imperium was going to meet its end here. Entire expeditionary fleets went to their deaths without a single survivor. Worlds were laid to waste, dozens of Titan legions were obliterated by the end of the war, and it was even said that entire legions of Space Marines met their end there. To win this war, the Emperor had to break open the Labyrinth of Night.
The Labyrinth of Night. What is that?
Are you a Mechanicus fan, Pio?
Yes. Why?
Then you know it under another name, the Noctis Labyrinth.
I don't know what that is.
How did you do that? We are indoors.
The Emperor had to break open
It's
the
a standard
prison of Catan
superpower
Shard,
bestowed upon an Italian
the
upon their birth.
Messiah of the Mechanicus, and threw him against the Rangdan to try and make the Imperium win the war. This was the move that in the end made the Imperium survive the second Rangdan campaign.
So the Emperor used the Void Dragon as a Pokemon against the Rangdan. Got it.
And
Hell
not
yeah.
only that.
I knew it was fucking Necron related. You cannot ever say that the word labyrinth is not followed by some Necron shenaniganry. Shenanigans. Chicanery? No, shenanigans, yeah.
Taint that could infect humans and alike. It took decades of bioprograms for the Rangdan taint to be purged from the systems they had assaulted and invaded, and that left entire human-inhabited sectors as lifeless husks. The Dark Angels and the Space Wolves were entrusted to undertake this purging of the Rangdan taint that had infected so many worlds. Imagine that the Dark Angels alone lost so many Marines in the conflict that they were surpassed as the biggest legion of Marines by the Ultramarines. The losses they suffered, a wound they will never recover from. Then the conflict was swept under the rug. All records of its seal.
Oh, Shard of the Void Dragon is sealed on Mars and Nox Light. Oh, that's an. Oh, it's on Mars. Oh, it took me. Okay, yeah. Okay, I knew. Okay, yeah. Because that's who they. Yeah, the Void. That's who they're specifically. The mechanics is specifically like worshiping, right? The Void Dragon and Mars. Yeah, okay. I remember a little bit. Yeah, I watched if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device. Yeah, I get all my lore from YouTube short memes. They don't know it, but it is him. Yeah. I wonder where that was first mentioned anyways. Like, was that always a thing, or did they come out with that kind of a bombshell later on in Warhammer? Probably when they were like expanding the Mechanicum lore or something. Because there's no way they thought of that like then. They don't know. Yeah.
With the last copies given to the Dark Angels for safekeeping. The veterans that have fought and survived the...
Embo! Embo, you good? Oh, you good? You whining, boy? What's the matter? Huh? You good? Go and lay down over there, okay? Stop moving around. Devin will be back. He's not gone forever, Embo. Stop whining. I'm watching the lore videos.
War either mind-wiped or eliminated altogether. The planets left barren by the Rangdan War and Taint were simply...
Generally, yeah, the Emperor defeated him on Terra and sealed him on Mars long before the Imperium. Okay, so that I didn't know. I did not know that at all. I thought that the Void Dragon was just coincidentally always there in Mars, and they like found that shit, and then that's when the you know the fucking Mechanicus like started going all like whatchamacallit, culty.
abandoned, and then the Remembrancers brought in to make up an half-fact, half-fiction tale of the Xenocides to feed the Imperium. Because the Emperor thought that the only way for the Imperium to rebuild after the second Xenocide was for the Rangda to vanish from all existence and history, and for humanity to never learn about how near their extinction they came from the war they had just fought.
So that leaves the third Rangdan Xenocide.
Yes, and believe it or not, it is the less brutal of the three. This is canonically the only event of the three known as the Xenocide, because it signed the end of the Rangdan, at least until the recent time of the Imperium. They haven't returned since. The third Rangdan Xenocide is a very little known tale in the Imperium of Men. It was conducted under the orders of the Divisio Militaris by the combined forces of the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves. The race of the Rangdan had been sorely wounded by their second war with the Imperium. They had returned to their ancient homeworlds to lick their wounds, and there, with their dark hunger for vengeance against the Imperium, they were growing strong once again. In 887 M30, a fleet of White Scars exploring space after the lifting of the Edict of Exclusion found the nest of the Rangdan completely by chance. The news the sons of Jagatai Khan had brought to the table of the Lion and the Wolf made these two antagonistic Primarchs unite in the same bleak purpose, because if the Rangdan still lived, they must be destroyed, lest they rise again and ignite another great war.
So the Lion and the Wolf pretty much went fuck the Rangdan in particular and united just to kill them.
A common enemy can unite even the most hateful of brothers of the same species. They reached the home of the Rangdan and laid
Void
waste
Dragon
to it
is
from
shattered,
orbit
various
with
shards are in
exterminatus
various
level
places.
weaponry, just to descend to verify the termination of every hive and fortress
What
left
the
standing
fuck?
with flames.
So the Emperor. Hold on. Void Dragon is shattered. Yeah, because the Necrons are shattered at the Catan. So then the Emperor fought the Shard of the Void Dragon, and then imprisoned that fucker on Mars, right? Is that what I'm gathering? Okay, I feel like whatever lore I thought I did know, I actually know like abundantly less.
And blade. Don't get me wrong, this was no war to be spoken of. This was a one-sided extermination. Even Russ and the Lion knew to not have any illusions of chivalry and glory. All they had was the satisfaction in the utter annihilation of every single warrior and worker of the Rangdan breed that was left breathing. Of the once hideously populated and built world of the Rangdan, now only plains of fractured glass left by atomic fire existed. This world will become home to the Order of the Broken Claws of the Dark Angels, a force left there as keepers of the last set of codices detailing the Rangdans and their weaknesses, and to stand watch in case any of their cursed breed of Xenos.
What about what's his face? The fuck, what's that one Necron was the old ass model? Or the Catan with the old ass model? Hold on. The one that looks like a goofball. Oh, the Catan Shard of the Deceiver. Oh, it says it right there. I'm like, hold on, is he still a Catan or is he a Shard? It fucking says it. It says it right on the model, bro. Like, okay, cool. Kiss shut.
Ever returned again. This was the end of the
Shut me the fuck
and
up.
their wars.
Wait though, the title of the video says that you solved the mystery of the two missing Primarchs. You didn't even mention them at all while talking of the Rangdan.
Don't worry, Pio. Now is the time.
The biggest, most powerful Catan Shard encountered is now Zurlash the Potentate. Zurlash? What the fuck is that?
Search on the topic and my knowledge in general.
Alright, going off topic again. Sorrow. There. Oh, fuck is that? No. Here we go, Reddit. Very sick. It's probably fan art. Fucking Warhammer books, bro. Everyone knows this is actually what a true, fully formed Catan looks like.
General of 40k has brought me to solve the mystery of the two missing Primarchs.
We covered in our Emperor. You can watch after this one. Hell yeah. Hey, watching videos described in Italian while painting is very nice. Very, very tranquil.
They are connected to the Xenocides, and so is their common end. This will be a more serious part of the video, but know that everything I'm going to say here is personal speculation, not to be taken as confirmed lore, but it is very well researched and theorized, and I haven't found any elements of it that go against the solution to the mystery I found and will now explain. You will have to bear with me though, because it isn't a straightforward answer, but it is certainly a complete one. But let me start with two premises. First, I made and posted this meme about how every other...
I'm gonna go with you, bro. Like, how the fuck do you remember these names off the dome, bro? Oh, fuck. No! Okay. Oh my god, bro. That, like, one of my dreadnoughts fell, and I thought it was the resin one, not the plastic one. I shat myself there. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. How the fuck do you remember these names, bro?
Lord YouTuber was wrong on this topic. Mind you, this isn't an attack on any of them, nor saying that their videos are bad or their lore unreliable. All lore channels just repeat what is written around and put it in order for easy understanding in compact pills, we could say. But this meme wanted to signify that in my personal opinion, all of them misinterpreted the events that brought to the end of the two missing Primarchs, because the answers I got from many videos after watching them don't match the story and interpretation I have given to them after becoming a veteran of this universe. And second, for this part of the video, I will use the already heavily hated official wiki of 40k on the missing Primarchs.
Let's go!
Mind though, I made my research very carefully. The only reason I'm using the official wiki is because it compiles all info I need for my explanation in one single place, making the editing and narrating process of the video a lot less stressful and making the video and my answer to this mystery easier to understand. So, time to dive in. Now, you have to understand something. My brain is pretty much always high on ADHD. It is always in motion, connecting information and noticing connections. It is what brought me to dive into the Rangdan Xenocide a lot more seriously than I had before. I was familiar with the Xenocide like the majority of other lore I know, but when I heard there was a possible connection to one of the missing Primarchs, I decided that it was time to put my brain to the challenge and see if I could solve the mystery of one of them. By the end of my madness-fueled research into the entire topic, I have solved the mystery of both of them, and it all started here.
Don't worry, guys. I'll save the time. The two Lost Space Marines are the two all-female Warhammer Space Marine legions. All right, everyone knows this. Come on.
At the sources used for the Rangdan Xenocide for the Lexicanum page that tells of it. For anybody interested, all sources I'm using for this video will be in the description, but the majority of them are on screen now.
The source I made it the fuck
up. We'll talk
up.
about it in a minute. Before, a little funny story about the source of White Dwarf 470. I went back and recalled.
Fuck. How the fuck? Tried to spread that. No shot, bro. I was just joking. I've seen people make fun. Like, I've seen that say that as a joke. Was he saying that as a joke, or was he 100% serious?
Covered all the sources listed here to go and read them to find out more about what happened. But for the life of me, when I reached White Dwarf 470 page 101, I couldn't find anything relating to the missing Primarchs or the Rangdan in general. Like, are the Rangdan mentioned here? If so, where? I even went as far as to use the research command on my PDF reading app just to see if I was blind or something. But no, the Rangdans are not even mentioned here in any page. Until I looked closely and read that it talked about the Battle of Advex Mors of
No, it was serious? Oh, that's a shame.
So I went and read about that to see what that had to do with the Rangdans in general. Just to find out that the entire connection to this source is that some chroniclers of the Horus Heresy inadvertently misidentified Advex Mors as the old homeworld of the Rangda after the Horus Heresy.
You were being trolled by two wikis, an official piece of White Dwarf, and the lore in general for a mistake that written characters made inside the lore?
Exactly. I was being trolled from the 40k universe in general, and on the funny tangent that sent me crazy for an entire day for a connection that wasn't even there in the first place. Thank you, Lexicanum! So, after doing all of my research on these sources, I couldn't find any connection to the missing Primarchs or their legions in general being there during the Rangdan Xenocide. Now keep in mind, we know that the first campaign was fought only by the Dark Angels, and the last one was an extermination campaign fought by the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves. That leaves that the only campaign they could have taken part in was the second one, the biggest war against the Rangdan, and the one that mentions that legions, plural, were destroyed during the war. But that was not enough to prove the legions or their Primarchs had anything to do with it. So I moved to the page and the sources of the Rangdan race, always on Lexicanum, and went and read all of them. Still, no connection to it. And White Dwarf 470 was here too, fucking troll of an article. And then I noticed something. I went back to the page of the Xenocides to see if I had missed anything, and I noticed that I didn't check one of the sources. Maybe my brain told me it makes so little sense that a connection will be there that I shouldn't be bothered looking for it. But my brain also always tells me that details are the most important part of research. So I went and found the source cited as the Regimental Standard, Field Dressing a Lasgan Wound. Don't think, I too was thinking, what in the Emperor has this to do with the Rangdans? Clicking on it brought me to a page saved on the Wayback Machine, of a site called The Regimental Standard. As the site says it, required weekly reading for modern guardsmen. And I read the article. And I saw the picture with it. Now, the article doesn't offer much insight, just that a mistake in printing was made during the creation of the primer pages on field dressing a Lasgan wound. Mistake that was corrected by typing the instructions on the wrong page. But the wrong page has the title The Rangdan Xenocides, a Crusade Field Guide. Let's read it together. Let's see if you catch when my brain made the connection that created this video. Greetings, Solar Auxilia. The time has come to spread the light of Imperial truth to another corner of the galaxy. In this campaign, you will be receiving Legiones Astartes support from none other than the renowned warriors of the 2nd and 11 Legions, better known as the...
Oh shit!
This was the connection I was looking for, proof that the two missing legions and maybe even their Primarchs fought in the second Rangdan Xenocides. How do we know it is the second? As I explained, the first was only Dark Angels, and the last was only Dark Angels and Space Wolves. The second saw forces of 9 different legions and 3 Primarchs fighting it, and was the only one that could have had Solar Auxilia auxiliaries in it, because the first war was fought only by the auxiliaries of the Imperial Army and Xana, and the last was probably an Astartes-only mission of extermination. So we know where we have to look. Something happened during the second Rangdan campaign. From here, it was all a descent into madness. That solved this mystery for me thanks to many details I saw while researching the general mentions of the missing Primarchs. You even have to keep in mind a random comment that Fulgrim made. Fulgrim said to have known the Primarch of the 2nd Legion, but that the 11th was a complete mystery. Keep this in mind because this too will be useful later. Let's start with their designations, the Forgotten and the Purged. Now, these names never made sense in my mind. If you want something deleted and nobody to look into it, you must make it seem almost like looking into it is a crime by itself. It is why the Traitor Primarchs are called either that or the Chaos Primarchs. Their names inspire hate. The Forgotten and the Purged do not.
I
and
forgot
in my
about
mind,
that.
that doesn't make sense for a propaganda machine
I
that
never
wants
thought
them
about
gone
that.
from the history of the galaxy. And also, this name put an idea in my mind. One was purged, that means he was killed by somebody of the Imperium. But the Forgotten, why is he called that? If he is deleted from the Imperium, he's already forgotten. Even the Purged is forgotten. Why is he called the Forgotten in the first place? Keep this in mind too, we will come to it shortly. The biggest mistake that I've seen all other lore tubers of 40k make is that they think the missing Primarchs, or at least one of them, went traitors. But I don't think that is the case at all. If we look at what Rogal Dorn said in the Falls of the Katmandau Precinct, he comments that no one ever spoke of those two absent brothers. Their separate tragedies had seemed like aberrations. Had they in fact been warnings that no one had heeded? He's not mentioning betrayal, he's mentioning tragedies. We even get useful insight about it from the conversation between the wordbearers of the Gal Vorbak of the Serrated Sun chapter. But the 11th Legion is expunged from Imperial records for good reason, as is the 2nd. I'm not saying I don't feel temptation creeping over me, brother, a single sword thrust piercing that pod, and without right a shameful future, and deny the Ultramarines a significant boost in recruitment numbers. What? What? You were thinking it too, it's no secret. Those are just rumors. Perhaps not. The 13th definitely swelled to eclipse all other legions around the time the 2nd and the 11th were forgotten by Imperial archives. For those who don't get it, the 13th is the Ultramarines, and if you remember earlier in the video, they ended up surpassing in numbers the Dark Angels during the second Rangdan Xenocide, both for the losses of the Dark Angels in the war, but also, almost unnaturally, for a very high number of recruits joining their ranks. Going forward instead, we get a conversation between Casper Hauser and Liman Russ during the massacre of the entire population of the planet of Genna, where the Space Wolves had been sent to bring the World Eaters to heel. There is a first time for everything. Exactly. The unprecedented. Like Astartes fighting Astartes, like the route being called to sanction another legion. That, Hyolda, no, that's not unprecedented. The Space Wolves were the Emperor's executioners. They fought another legion. Fighting other Astartes was not a problem for them, because by that point, they had done it before, during the second Rangdan Xenocide. Keep this in mind, we're almost at the answer. Now, there is other sources on this page that...
So, from what I heard, the Dark... What was the... No, I think I'm confusing it. I think the... What was it? The Space Wolves were the ones meant to kill other Space Marines or something like that? That was the Dark... I was going to say it was the Dark Angels, but no, that was like the First Legion.
Talk about the missing Primarchs in various tones, like they were both purged by the
Unless I'm just talking
like
out of my ass.
Primarchs were at fault where the legions
Could be the
weren't.
latter.
But I can say that seeing so much conflicting information makes me think that nobody actually knows the truth. They are just speculating like we are now, but there is strong indicators of where the truth lies. But we have to deal with a small problem first. The only claim on this page that goes against what I found, but I can prove that it is either a writing mistake or misinformation given by propaganda.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The claim I'm talking about is in the canon conflicts of this wiki page. Ignoring the part where in the second edition the missing legions and Primarchs fought on the side of Horus at the beginning of the heresy, we have the retcon that happens in the first heretic by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, where a conversation between Magnus the Red and Lorgar takes place about the two missing Primarchs and the deaths of their legions. And there is a comment that it happened 43 standard years before the Dropside massacre of Isvan V, but this claim makes no sense for a number of reasons. This will place it too late for their purges to have happened during the second Rangdan Xenocide. The wars against the Rangdans ended in 887 M30. Now, when the Dropside massacre took place is still debated. It was either in 005 M31 or 006 M31. But if the purges happened 43 years before, that would place them in 962 M30. This date is too close to the Horus heresy and too late after the creation of the Remembrancers to make it possible to purge two Primarchs and their legions from history entirely. Simply too many people would have known about it. And there is something else. There is a conversation in the novel Deliverance Lost between Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard, and the Emperor of Mankind during his first ever meeting with the Emperor, where they talk about the other Primarchs after Corax was rediscovered. Yes, you are brothers. 17 of them. You are the Primarchs, my finest creations. 17? I remember that I was number 19. How can that be so? The Emperor's expression grew bleak, filled with deep sorrow. He looked away as he replied. The other two... That is a conversation for another day. Now, I want you to notice that he talks of the missing Primarchs with grief. Grief the Emperor rarely showed for anything else.
Yeah, motherfucker
If a family
definitely
member
killed
betrays
them.
you remember them with hate if you can't forgive that betrayal to the point of purging them entirely. But the Emperor feels grief, almost as if there was nothing he could do to save his own sons. The best estimate of when Corax was discovered, seeing the sources and mentions in other books, is 952 M30, 10 years before the purge took place by word of Lorgar and Magnus. And yet, the Primarchs are already purged in this conversation. Then I noticed something else. The date Lorgar and Magnus give is 962 M30. The date of the beginning of the second Ragnar campaign is 862 M30, exactly a century before the estimate they give. This makes me think that either Lorgar and Magnus weren't there during the Xenocide and were fed propaganda by the Emperor and the Remembrancers, or that the fact that the first heretic came out in 2010 and the 9th Black Book of the Horus Heresy where the Xenocides are detailed came out in 2020 is connected to it. They are written by different people that can't ever know everything about 40k one side or the other, writes. Or the 9th book of the Horus Heresy is soft retconning the claim of an exact century to make it make sense in the lore of 40k for such a catastrophic war that nobody knows anything about. And here we are. This is where everything for me was pieced together. I will give you the answers to what happened to the 2nd and 11 legions and their missing Primarchs, and why they were deleted from Imperial records. Let's start from the second. Fulgrim admitted to have known the Primarch of the Second. That means that he was with his legion when he deployed against the Rangdan during the second Rangdan campaign. Now, from what I said earlier and how it was explained, we know that the Rangdan took prisoners and slaves with mind-controlling collars to fight in their wars pretty much as slave drones of the Rangdan Empire. And not only that, but that they brought with them pretty much a taint or a disease that the Imperium couldn't counter. They had to purge and burn it down until it was finally gone for good. So what I think happened is that the Second Legion deployed against the Rangdans, and they got tainted by this unknown disease. Their Primarch was tainted too. This is not unheard of for enemies that the Imperium is facing now. The Scythes of the Emperor in their novels end up in a tyrannic war. The Tyrannids assault their planet and their fortress monastery. Leaving aside the slaughter that followed where the Scythes lost and were almost annihilated, all the surviving members were tainted with the Gene Stealer's kiss from the war, making them crave the control of the Hive Mind. They pretty much fulfilled the Hive Mind in their heads and had to wear psychic hoods to limit its influence, or it would in time overtake them. So the Second Legion deploys against the Rangdans. They fight them, but not knowing that the Seraphvors were bringing a taint with them, they ended up infected with it. Now, we don't know what this taint does. It might even be an advanced mind virus that turns what it infects in slaves of the Rangdan. But that doesn't matter. If there was no way to cure them and they were tainted by the Rangdan, there was only one solution: deploy the Space Wolves and purge them too. The second Primarch is the one designated as the Purged. He and the tainted elements of his legion were purged by the Space Wolves, and the surviving members that avoided the taint mind-wiped and sent as additional recruits to the Ultramarines. Their legion written down as destroyed against the Rangdans. Now, let's move to what happened to the 11th. Even here we have the claim from Fulgrim that the 11th was always a mystery, and to be honest, I had a small idea of what had happened to him, but I wasn't convinced by it until I got direct confirmation of it by none other than Horus himself.
He came to you in a dream or in a lore-fueled hallucination?
After Horus was wounded on the moon of the world of Davin by the Chaos weapon known as the Caimbra Canatim, the Primarch fell into a coma and to Chaos-induced visions of the past and future. He even saw the laboratory where the Primarchs were created, and there he saw the incubation capsule of the 11th Primarch before they were scattered all together through the warp. Horus put his hand on the 11th Primarch capsule and felt something. He stopped by the tank with the 11th stenciled upon it, feeling the untapped glories that might have lain ahead for what grew within, but knowing that they will never come to pass. This was the key, the solution to the mystery. He's not commenting how they will become deleted from Imperial records, how they will become forgotten by humanity. He's commenting on how they will never happen at all. The 11th Primarch, when he was scattered through the warp, landed in the territory of the Rangdan Empire. There he was either slain by the Rangdans in his own gestation pod, or he was taken and made a slave by one of the slave collars the Rangdans used, making him just a mindless drone that went against the Imperium during the second Rangdan genocide. But the point is clear. The second Primarch was dead before being reunited with his legion, and the Emperor either found out when he fought the Rangdan in the brutal genocides, or he found out when the 11th was killed on the battlefields, in the armies of drone slaves of the Rangdan against the legions. This is why he was forgotten, because he was never reunited with the Imperium in the first place. His legion either going to their deaths against the Rangdans for vengeance for their Gene Father and the anger of the Emperor when he found out, until no man was left, or the few left suffered the same fate of the second, mind-wiped and sent to the Ultramarines as recruits.
But wait, if none of them rebelled, and both died against enemies of the Imperium, why did the Emperor delete them from the records?
Exactly because of that. You have to understand the context the Imperium was in at the time. The second Rangdan genocide was catastrophic for the Imperium. The Emperor had to free the Void Dragon and use it against the Rangdans just to assure a bloody survival for mankind and the Imperium. Keep in mind something, Pio. Humanity was on the border of losing against the Rangdans and faced the end, extinction. All the while, the Great Crusade was forcing into compliance planet after planet that wanted most often than not nothing to do with the Imperium of Men in general, in war after war that would bring planets either to heal or to complete annihilation. All the while, so many forces were expended during the second Rangdan genocides that the Imperial military was left thin, weakened. You don't need to kill God to win, you just need to make him bleed and people will stop believing in him. If the news of 2 of the Imperial legions being tainted or destroyed and their primarchs killed by the enemies of the Imperium spread to the general Imperium of Men, people will lose faith in the Emperor, the primarchs and the Imperium of Men, seeing as the perfect demigod generals of the Emperor can be tainted and defeated and killed. How many will rise up in rebellion? How many will find their hope for freedom and independence reinvigorated by such news? Will the Imperium have the forces to quell all the wars that will rise from the ashes of 2 dead primarchs? So, he decided to have them deleted from Imperial records. Not only so that Andans together with them could die, but so that the shameful truth will never come out. That the Imperium lost 2 primarchs and almost 2 entire legions to an enemy that almost defeated the Emperor of Mankind. Them being deleted was nothing but propaganda to avoid the Imperium fracturing and erupting into rebellion, a rebellion that he didn't have the forces to stop. I think I need rest now. This is what happened to the missing Primarchs. The mystery is solved. See you in the next video. It was decided by Paul on the channel. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you liked the video and my solution to the mystery of the missing Primarchs. Subscribe, and see you next time, guys.
Peace.
I still haven't gotten paid though.
What do Italians get paid in anyways?
Back to the usual.
Okay, Google. Alright, fuck you. I don't want to watch the shit anyways. Alright, something about the Imperium of Man. Let's see. Yes. Emperor time. Let's see how well this fares against the origin video of the Emperor, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device.
And boring life. Prisoner of an Italian with a golden armor that forces me to listen while he rants about 40k lore.
It is not my fault you let Servo Pio steal your position as president. He threw you back in the basement himself. Also, what happened to Pio Perius? He disappeared from the basement, and I have not seen him again.
Oh, he just went and decided to invade Thailand. I'm sure he will call. At some point. In the very distant future.
Well, while he's away, it is time for another great and investigative deep dive in 40k lore. Are you ready for it, Pio?
Yeah.
There once was a man born in a forgotten time, created by a force of unknown origin. He will cross the ages knowing his one purpose, to lead humanity as the greatest empire in the galaxy, the Imperium of Men. In this time, he will be known with only one name, the Emperor of Mankind.
Whoa.
So, what will we talk about in this new video? I will like a video on the orcs for a change.
Maybe in the future. Today we are here to talk about the Emperor of Mankind. Specifically his true origins. No myths, no legends, no suppositions. The truth about the creation of the Emperor and humanity.
I wonder where you find the time and mental fortitude to research this kind of 40k lore.
It's a superpower called autism, Pio. Maybe you will learn it one day. But before we start,
baby.
as usual, we would like to thank our Discord members and our Patreon members for the support they give us. And specifically in this case, 2 members, Shock and Bulfrir Gauld. They both helped us research this video and work on the lore we will expose today. In fact, Shock joined our Patreon specifically to pitch us this video and help us making it. Making a good chunk of research by himself by the time we finally got to it.
So wait, he joined our Patreon, paid us, did part of the research himself, just to see this video made by us?
No, Pio. He joined our Patreon, paid us, and did a good chunk of the initial research himself so that we could make this video talking about it with an Italian accent.
Mamma mia, you are right.
And before we delve in this very complicated and abstract lore that we spent entire weeks theorizing about, I just wanted to warn you all that we have started a new weekly event on our Patreon called Lore Destroyers. Pretty much once a week, we join a voice chat on Discord with Patreon members. We watch the lore videos that patrons submit for us to watch and judge, especially on a lore accuracy standpoint, and have a big laugh every time I end up having a meltdown for how inaccurate a video is.
Astral claws had a point. They also needed to learn when to let the point go. The Imperium didn't really have a point, but the Imperium doesn't need a point to absolutely wreck.
The Imperium didn't really have a point? Sorry, what?
That's crazy.
Like,
I think he did, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, these are forces serving under us, and they have just decided completely fucking arbitrarily that they will stop paying taxes to the Imperium and the Carthago sector. And even while the matter is being discussed, yes, it is the fault of the Carthago sector, but they were technically attacking like imperial fortresses around the territory of the Maelstrom Zone. I fear some of the content that could be sent, but hey, if you want to take part in it, just join the Patreon on the Pio Servo level or any level above it. Now, let's get to the video. But I want to give you a warning before we start. The amount of research that went into this video is massive and done by multiple people. The first part of the video will be very easy to follow. For the second part, I will have to guide you step by step to make things clear. So, just make sure to pay close attention. I imagine that everyone, at least generally, knows about the Emperor of Mankind. A giant clad in golden armor and with a flaming sword. And with such mighty psychic powers that he could be defined as a sentient walking apocalypse. The righteous ruler of humanity and the Imperium of Man, the Emperor of Mankind is an individual of such immense powers that nobody even comparable existed before him, or even after him. You know the general story of the Emperor. By this point I explained it in various videos. Appeared out of nowhere after the birth of Slanesh and started conquering Terra, unifying it, making treaties with Mars, creating superhuman soldiers and demigod beings in the Primarchs, and launching the Great Crusade to reconquer the stars. A master of war.
Our Baghdad War Series 5 is almost 6 hours. Goddamn, bro! So, the Dark Age of Technology, was that was before the birth of Slanesh, was it? I'm trying to remember, like, the birth of Slanesh, and then humanity was still, like, basically caveman, right? Or was it the birth of Slanesh, or Dark Heresy, birth of Slanesh, and then humans? Okay.
Sciences, technologies, and a fervent believer of the imperial truth, a staunch opposer of religions and gods, for reasons that will be understood only when chaos will move against him and the Imperium of Man. Currently, the Emperor of Mankind is a corpse on a throne. Wounded in his final battle with Horus Lupercal, he was interred by his own choice where it would be the most useful. The Golden Throne, an arcane machine made of unknown and Xenos technologies, modified to be a life support system to keep the Emperor alive, so that he can keep closed the portal to the human webway and avoid the destruction of Terra, and at the same time project the Astronomicon, the beacon that guides navigators through the warp, and that is the only reason humanity can use faster than light travel to move around the galaxy. Fed 1,000 psychers a day at the beginning of his interment, now he's fed an estimate of 4,000 psychers daily to keep him alive, keep the human webway sealed and the Astronomicon lit.
Also, keep in mind that the Emperor is decomposing on that throne from 10,000 years, so I'm pretty sure the throne room smells like Nargol's armpits.
Now, obviously seeing the kind of individual the Emperor was and what he was capable of doing, many people have started questioning his origins. Where was he born? When? Where has he been all this time? This is the first question we will answer today. The origins of the Emperor
Oh, what's up, Sextra? Dark Age Technology, Birth of Slanesh, and Age of the Imperium. Yeah! Sextra, my dear artist, we are currently watching lore videos made by this man, the Pontus, who, fun fact, is currently in the chat right now. Just hanging out.
as a physical being. There is another question to answer.
I think this is the first time I've had a big YouTuber that, or just a big content creator that shows up and just doesn't leave immediately. Awesome!
So, be prepared to a true deep dive into the lore. We actually know where and when the Emperor was born. In fact, we know about it from first edition. The Emperor was born in the year 8000 BC on Earth. To be specific, he was born in central Anatolia, or how we will know it today, he was born in the territory of Turkey.
The Emperor is born. Of the birth and early life of the Emperor, we shall say only a little, for space does not permit us to examine every detail of a lifetime spanning almost 50,000 years. His mother and father were human. His brothers and sisters were mortals like any other, So when he was born, his parents had no reason to think of him as anything other than a normal human child. Only much later would he identify the time of his birth as the 8th millennium BC, or the place Central Anatolia. And by then, he would have almost forgotten his early life among the barren mountains and cold streams.
Now, this information is contained.
Okay, I'll be honest. I thought the guy who's speaking like all epic like just now, I thought you were gonna do a bit where he just says the emperor is Turkish and then you just move on.
In an old first edition codex named Realm of Chaos, The Lost and the Damned. But this manual, other than having some parts that are still canon and informations that will be very important for this video, also contains very outdated stuff that is obviously not true anymore by this point. In fact, the same codex talks about how the Emperor was born from the ritual sacrifice of thousands of psykers, that died en masse to fuse their souls together and be reborn as a single most powerful being as they sensed the warp was becoming more and more dangerous. And they knew they could not be reincarnated any longer, which is not part of canon lore anymore. But the part about him being born to a normal human family in a farming village in the ancient times is still very much canon. We can learn as much from the book Master of Mankind.
Gladly, he is more Ottoman. I struggle to see him working in a kebab stand. I mean, like, he could have. Again, that like how much time did he have? That's the funniest shit of the Emperor is like there is a with how long he lived and how cryptic he was towards guiding humanity, he could have 100% like worked behind a kebab stand just to like influence somebody who wanted a kebab that day. That way they can go and do something or not do something. That is the glory of the Emperor, bro. He just be doing shit. I forgot where I was going with that. Something about so are we able to make another emperor? That's the big question, because the warp was still crazy when he was born. Is it crazy? Is it even worse now, or? Because I know, well, then again, I know that Great Rift kind of ripped the whole fucking galaxy in two, so I guess maybe it's not possible anymore. From the little lore that I know that after Cadia broke, the Great Rift turned into the even bigger fucking rift, and now the whole thing. Oh, no, you will see why later. Ah, okay. Maybe I should shut my fat fucking mouth and watch the video. My bad, G.
Where we are given a direct flashback to when the Emperor avenged the death of his own father at the hands of his own uncle.
Mud brick huts lined both sides of the river. The wheat fields to the east were a patchwork sea of dark gold beneath the eye of the setting sun. The village was never truly quiet, even after the day's work was done. Families talked and laughed and fought. Dogs barked for attention and whined for food. The wind set the scrabbling trees to singing with the hiss of leaves and the creak of branches forming their eternal song. A ragged dog growled as the boy passed, yet fled yelping when he gave it no more than a glance. A carrion bird, hunchbacked and evil of eye, cried out above the village. A pack of other ragged children moved aside when he drew near, their ball game fading away and their eyes lowering. His barefooted walk took him unerringly to the home of his father's brother. The man, darkened and hardened by his years in the fields, was sat outside the mud brick hut, threading beads onto a string for his youngest daughter. The boy's uncle uttered the sound that meant the boy's name. In response to this greeting, the boy held up his father's skull. Many centuries after these events, citizens of even civilized and advanced cultures would often misunderstand exactly what a myocardial infarction was. The savage, constricting pain in the chest was due to blood no longer flowing cleanly through the heart's passages, causing harm to the myocardium tissue of the heart itself. Put simply, the core of a human being runs dry, trying to function with no oxygenated lubricant. This happened to the boy's uncle when he set eyes upon the skull of his murdered brother. The boy who would be king watched with neither remorse nor any particular hostility. He looked on as his uncle slid from his crouch onto the mud, clutching at his treacherous chest. He watched as his uncle's sun-darkened features pinched closed, ugly and tight in supreme agony as the older man shook with the onset of convulsions. He saw the necklace slip from his uncle's grip, the necklace that was being made for his young cousin and will now never be finished. Others came running. They shouted. They cried. They made the noises of language that spoke of panic and sorrow in a Proto-Indo-European tongue that will come to be known as an early precursor to the Hittite dialect. The boy walked away, heading back towards his family's hut. On the way, he turned to the figure, the giant, clad in gold, who walked nearby. Nordafric war clan tattoos curled on the towering warrior's face, curling from his temples to follow the curves of his cheekbones. The serpentine ink curves, white against his dark flesh, ended upon his chin just beneath his mouth.
But the part about other psykers fusing into one single being has now been fully retconned from canon. In fact, it has been
Wait, what? The first ever psyker of the human... What the fuck? What?
retconned with an even more interesting line of events. The Emperor wasn't the result of psykers fusing. He was in fact the first ever psyker of the human...
Hold on, fellas. ¿Qué hora es? Eh? 4:20.
We will answer today. The origins of the Emperor as a physical being. There is another question to answer that will arrive later though, so be prepared to a true deep dive into the lore. We actually know where and when the Emperor was born. In fact, we know about it from first edition. The Emperor was born in the year 8000 BC on Earth. To be specific,
life among the plenty you think of when mortals
in fact, we know about it from first today. The origins of the Emperor was born. In fact, we know about it from first territory of Turkey.
The Emperor is born. Of the birth and early life of the Emperor, we shall say only
that died en masse to fuse their souls together and be reborn as a single most powerful being as they sensed the warp was becoming more and more dangerous. And they knew they could not be reincarnated any longer, which is not part of canon lore anymore. But the part about him being born to a normal human family in a farming village...
The rugged issue of the heart itself more to the feature.
Mortis.
The Psyker Paradox. Psykers are sentient beings.
He was in fact the first ever Psyker of the human race. We can learn of this not only from the Codex of Horus Heresy Age of Darkness 2nd edition, but also from the Horus Heresy Book of Mortis.
The Psyker Paradox. Psykers are sentient beings who can harness or manipulate the warp. The Emperor is the first and greatest of all human psykers, but there are psychically able people in every human culture and on every world throughout the galaxy, and to every generation yet, more psykers are born. John Grammaticus walked into the middle of the tableau. All stood in the place where he had been when he had lived the dream in reality. 2 steps behind the man with the crown and the burning sword. All shifted and heard the fish scales of his pearl-white armor chime as he moved. He watched John circle the man in the crown. "You and the big him," said John. "Did he call himself an emperor back then?" All shook his head.
A what?
"A crown, though,"
A what?
said John, nodding at the image of the man. "To service a higher ideal demands that those who can act sacrifice themselves to authority," said All. "Those are his words, right? That's what he said about why he took power. He had that ambition even then. Is there anyone then who could go up against him?" All shrugged. "There were some, but he was the first." "You mean the first Psyker?" "The first witch, the first wizard, sorcerer, shaman, druid. The first. There were others who were different, but none like him. Not in the beginning." "What changed?" "He did. He was weaker than he is now. Much weaker. But always stronger than anyone else. People change. People stay the same. He was always driven. Always."
So, the Emperor was born in the year 8000 BC, from normal human parents and in the territory of modern-day Turkey. First and most powerful of the human psykers, and an immortal perpetual, the Emperor, after murdering his own uncle...
Good. I never liked Uncle Ragnar anyway.
left what he knew and his whole family home to embark in a travel around the globe to learn about humanity and expand his knowledge and powers how he could. He was a force that tried to spread seeds of wisdom and peace. He watched from the sidelines as the human race developed, sometimes taking on the mantle of a great leader or advisor throughout history to guide humanity in the right direction. But at times of crisis, he was always there, steering the human race along a narrow survival path that he alone was able of seeing. But one thing about the Emperor was clear. Along the way, he learned of chaos. Being the most powerful human psyker, he knew of the monstrosities living in the warp. And he had one single mission on which he was focused: eradicating chaos and the entities that were born from it. But on the opposite side, as he was aware of the warp and the chaos gods were aware of him.
The Chaos Powers sensed the presence of the new man and his efforts to curb their own power and growth. Even before they became fully conscious, the Chaos Powers recognized the Emperor as their greatest enemy. Khorne was the first of the great powers to wake fully, and an era of wars and conflict raged across the globe. Tzeentch was the next, and nation and politics grew to adulthood with all of their implicit intrigues and double dealings. Nurgle was the third to awake, and plagues swept across continents, claiming many souls for the Lord of Decay. By the end of the Middle Ages, all three of these Chaos Powers had awoken to full consciousness. The fourth power, Slaanesh, still slumbered.
As the Emperor lived through history, he started seeing the flow of chaos in more and more things and living beings. And when humanity fell into disarray in the Age of Strife, after the cybernetic revolt had stripped humans of their most advanced technologies and weapons, and the aliens that at once were allies of humanity turned on them, and started devastating what was left of the once great human federation of the Dark Age of technology, the Emperor took direct hand in the future of humanity, taking upon himself the name and title of Emperor of Mankind. A title that Malkador the Sigillite actually pushed him to adopt. He would arise as the greatest warlord on Terra. He would unearth the Golden Throne, a device the Emperor had found buried on the planet, and would start the events we are all aware of until now. Always single-minded, and always with a clear vision in his mind. The survival of humanity, as we can learn from the Book of the Last Church.
Did you not just speak to me of the horror of the Crusades? And what evil men do in the name of purity? You are no better than the holy men you were telling me about.
The difference is that I know I am right, Uriah.
Spoken like a true autocrat.
You misunderstand, Uriah. I have seen the narrow path that humanity must walk to survive. This is how we must begin.
And now we know the answer to the question about the Emperor's true origins. But this raises another and a lot more important question. And with an answer so complicated and hidden that it spans almost 8 editions of Warhammer 40k lore. Why does he exist? And from here, I fell into a rabbit hole of which I have yet to see the end. While there might be a lot of speculation on the true origins of the Emperor of Mankind on many other YouTube channels, I believe we have found ultimate proof not only of his origins, but of the origins of the human race itself. But be prepared, the answer is far from simple, and it will change how you see the Emperor forever once we are done explaining it.
I can already feel the pure energy flowing through Danny.
Our story starts in the most unorthodox of places. It starts in the Book of Xenology, released in 2006. This book has a very simple cast. We have Inquisitor Rayleigh, a radical of the Ordo Xenos now confirmed dead at the beginning of the book. The main character, Inquisitor Brehm Sasham, a Puritan of the Conclave Conservati of the Ordo Xenos, and a Magos biologist called Darvus. The story by itself is simple. Inquisitor Sasham is contacted by the Ordo Xenos faction of the Conservati with news of the death of Inquisitor Rayleigh, and is ordered to rush on the planet of Biegel Ninth, as mentions were found in the files of Rayleigh of an hidden lab on the planet, where the Conclave might find proof of the heresies of the Radical Inquisitor and expose him for the heretic he was even now that he's dead.
Since intercepting this welcome report, we in the Conclave have suppressed all news of the heretic's demise. Alas, it will not take long for Raleigh's friends, powerful friends, to discover his death and attend to his legacy. We must act quickly to expose any trace of his foul deeds, thus casting disgrace upon his peers and strengthening our own brotherhood's standing within the Ordo. Amongst Raleigh's files, there exists reference to a research facility on Beagle 9. Evidently, he assumed governance of this world and established for himself a private enterprise. There is no place better to seek evidence of his crimes. You have 10 days, Sasham. We dare not conceal Raleigh's death any longer. Get to Beagle 9, decommission this facility and record everything. The purity of the Ordo Xenos demands it. A serpent has grown strong in the company of lions, and it falls to you to smother its wickedness.
Now, this book is weird in structure. It is a mixture between a narrative, a codex, and a science book. Not to say that it is bad, because it's not. But it is certainly unorthodox when it comes to usual 40k content. We will go generally through the story of the book, but not too much in detail, as the main part that interests us is the scientific findings that will happen on Biegel 9. When Inquisitor Sasham arrived on the world, he found a structure that indeed was a secret lab built by Inquisitor Rayleigh. And it wasn't abandoned either. Inside it, other than servitors and machines, a single human was overseeing the entire lab, a certain Magos biologist Darvus. To the horror of Inquisitor Sasham, the laboratory was a Xenos research facility, with alien prisoners kept in cells and studied by both Rayleigh when he was alive and on the planet, and by Darvus when he wasn't. The Inquisitor will deliver an ultimatum to Darvus. In 10 days, he will burn the place down and demolish it with everything that was inside. But after various pleadings and a gamble by Darvus, the Magos biologist was allowed to end the Xenos in the lab one by one and perform dissections, as a final rushed examination of the Xenos for any new information the Imperium might learn. Darvus was not all there with his head. Other than Inquisitor Rayleigh, the only friend he had for the last 15 years was the Krut prisoner of the laboratory, a Krut named Gakar that helped Darvus in his endeavors around the lab.
Krut girlfriend?
No, it's a male Krut.
I'm still shipping it.
There is a reason you live in the basement, Pio. Now, as the story goes on, Inquisitor Sasham delves deeper into the library of the lab left by Rayleigh, while Darvus performs his executions and vivisections on the subjects he has in the lab. Pretty much one from every major Xenos race of 40k, and some even from minor ones. One of them I even suspect of being the orb that the Marines end up fighting in the Astartes fan-made series, the race known as the Umbra. But as the dissections go on, Darvus starts noticing something a little intriguing. After dissecting the Tau ethereal female, and little parenthesis, this dissection confirms that they indeed do have pheromones in their bodies that could be used to influence other members of their race. Darvus will note on the general observations,
Subject's anatomy suggests a highly developed species of analogous physical durability to mankind. Physical structure, general organic processes, and reproductive anatomy all show remarkable similarities. Is this racial parallelism purely coincidental?
The same thing would happen after the dissection of the Elder Exodite kept in the lab.
Subject's external and structural anatomy is shockingly human analogous. As anticipated, internal elements reflect extraterrestrial origin. Overall complexity precludes classification and identification of elements. All organs display an unsurpassed aesthetic order and configuration, suggesting a level of development far exceeding our own. All findings are ultimately speculative. Subject represents a being of such highly evolved composition it is doubtful we could even comprehend the function of certain structures, even given time to study them. NB. Why should a creature of such obvious superiority and distinction reflect our structural patterns so closely? See also Tau, Krud, Orc.
And, at least partially, the same thing and similarities at least to human ancestors will be noticed even in the species of the Orcs.
Subject's biology displays quality redolent of both animal and fungal physiotypes. Fungal portion suggests a highly durable network of fungal microorganisms negating complex internal organs, immunosystems, and reproductive anatomy. Animal biology suggests primate analog, i.e. primitive pack-based omnivore. Twin systems serve you perfectly but lack evidence of evolutionary process, i.e. vestigial structures. Conclusion. I would suggest that the subject is the result of highly advanced biological engineering, representing the perfect symbiosis of simple, durable, aggressive organic systems.
Now, to go back to the story of the book a bit, Sasham will continue with the reports of his findings to the Ordo Xenos, especially for the weaknesses Darvus was spotting and reporting as potentially exploitable by the Imperium of Men, to end the lives of specific Xenos races. And he slowly started moving from a completely Puritan Inquisitor to a more radical position. Where Puritans wanted to burn the aliens on sight, Sasham was starting to understand them, study them, Not for pleasure, but to know how to hate them and kill them better. But strange things started happening on the planet. First thing, Darvus would often stare numbly and speak with an empty cell in the lab. Specifically, Cell 1. A cell that, observed by Sasham, showed no alien inside. And yet Darvus insisted there was one, without any kind of doubt. Other strange things that happened were defenses engaging at random, the central matrix of the facility going rogue, even the psyker of the retinue of Sasham being found dead, and the responsibility of her demise given to the crude assistant of Darvus, with the equivalent of a manhunt starting in the labs to find him. To be honest, the woman had a bite mark on her body, but as we learn later, it wasn't he that killed her. Specimens would start escaping containment, various tyrannids, and especially a lictor that got out of his cell and attacked the human population revolting outside the lab. Nobody having noticed this escape, as his cell seemed to almost open randomly. It was then that another inquisitorial transport ship appeared on the orbit of the world. Sasham theorized they were Rayleigh's allies that had come for the lab, but he wasn't sure. He tried contacting them, but there was no response. He tried contacting his own ship, and it seemed to have simply disappeared from orbit. Inquisitorial forces would start coming down. Bombardment targeting escapes from the lab, and even Sasham's own personal transport would strand him and Darvus inside the lab. Darvus was slowly going more and more insane. All of the people in the retinue of Sasham were dead, and he was slowly sinking more and more in the library of Rayleigh. Darvus was still slaughtering and dissecting his own alien friends. At least he considered them friends, and that was slowly causing him to go mad. It is at this point that Sasham will locate the first and biggest piece of the puzzle to answer the question of the true origins of the Emperor, and the reasons the Emperor of mankind and humanity at large exist. And the first part of that answer comes from this tablet. Let's delve into it, shall we?
Rev to attached sketch. I found the stone tablet on the surface of Torakai 4, an elder exodite community, a day before its destruction at the hands of the Tarantula Space Marines conducting an exterminatus campaign. This drawing is the only record of its existence, and with the aid of xenolinguitors, I have since deciphered its pictographic tale. The story is followed from the bottom upwards and is told in 4 distinct tiers. The top of the tablet and a possible 5th tier was missing at the time of my study. The account can be related as follows. Lowest tier. A series of enigmatic figures, each with its own runic and pictorial identity. Gods or entities gathered together. Iconic flames or winds linked them to the 2nd tier, suggesting an element of narrative causality. The first begets the second. Thus, the figures depicted at the foot of the tablet could be speculated to be creating those of the 2nd tier. 2nd tier. A host of iconized creatures seemingly being created by the shadowy figures below. Note certain recognizable features as well as a myriad of unknown others. 3rd tier. A violent conflict, seemingly between the ancient creators of the 1st tier and a mysterious enemy, represented here by a featureless face and a complex runic description.
The war in heaven?
We must assume, given their positioning between opposing forces, that the races of Tier 2 are a fundamental part of this war. At either edge of the tablet, the shadowy figures are seen fleeing from the spatial borders of the monolith, defeated by the skull-faced enemy. 4th tier, partially missing. My calculus log I presented a dozen alternative meanings for this section, but suggested it is most likely that the 2 boxed panels, connected as they are by those same firewind strands to Tier 1, represent members of the shadowy creators who survived the war. The boxes will seem to suggest they are instead imprisoned, either by their enemies or within the physical forms they have adopted. The first is characterized by a split mask, laughing and crying at the same instant upon a webbed background. The second appears to show a clawed, bloody hand, but has been defaced or deliberately fractured by a violent rending of the stone. There is also evidence of a 3rd box panel, lost along with the final tier. I have since scoured the records of the Librium Xenos and the Archivati of Terra for information upon the missing fragment, but have discovered nothing.
Now, let's give it a bit of context, even if keep in mind the date in which this tablet was recorded and catalogued in the libraries of Rayleigh. 785 and 41. The 1st tier are obviously the old ones, the creators of life in the galaxy. We can infer this because the 2nd tier, which is the races they created, bears a lot of Xenos, but one in particular is pretty recognizable. And by its sight above all others, it is the favorite creation of the old ones. Those are the Eldars. The third tier is obviously the Necrons. That is a Necron head, and the old one figure seen fleeing is fleeing from a pylon. That is a Blackstone pylon, the ultimate psychic blocker in the 40k universe. The fourth tier are the Eldar gods, that are in fact inferred to not be creations of the old ones. But this, together with other sources, documents that they are old ones that adopted a different form. They became the gods of the Eldars, and hid at the end of the war with the Necrons and the Catans. Of the two boxes we see,
what?
one is completely scratched.
Whoa.
Universe. The fourth tier are the Eldar gods, that are in fact inferred to not be creations of the old ones. But this, together with other sources, documents that they are old ones that adopted a different form.
Whoa, what the fuck? I thought they were just like chaos gods, you know, like made like manifestations and shit. They're old ones? What?
Became the gods of the Eldars, and hid at the end of the war with the Necrons and the Catans. Of the two boxes we see, one is completely scratched out. But by description, it shows a clawed and bloody hand, the symbol of the Elder God of Cain. His hand left tainted with blood after his murder of Eldanesh, the first and greatest of the Eldari. But the first box is a lot more comprehensible. The multicolored mask is none other than Chegorach. And the web you see behind him is nothing else than the Webway, the realm he now resides in. As he and the Harlequin's faction are the guardians of the Black Library of the Webway. But as the comment of Rayleigh adds, there seems to be a fifth tier, a tier that is currently missing. But 18 years later, Rayleigh will be able to locate the fifth tier.
I have the missing fragment,
okay.
sketched in secret from the library of the Conclave Conservat itself. What hypocrisy is this? They snarl and scoff at the idea of xenology, yet hoard its greatest treasures for themselves. My calculus logi tells me the scope of possibility defies a simple definition to this fifth tier, but I feel sure I can decipher the pictograms myself. I have spent my life learning of the Xenos infesting our Imperium. Their legends are codebooks to the histories of the galaxy, and here is the final piece to the puzzle. No wonder the Conclave have resisted its exposure. They'll kill me if they discover I have it.
And here, things get complicated. So, time to pay attention, because the fifth tier is none other than a human child.
Oh, shit!
The fifth tier of the stone tablet describing the origins of the Eldars and general life in the galaxy has as its final tier a human child. This obviously unleashed a myriad of theories, but I subscribe to two in particular. This is either the human race at large, being created by the last remaining old ones before they were slaughtered by the Catans and the Necrons, or that by itself is not only humanity, but the soul of the Star Child, as you will know it, the Emperor of Mankind. Things from here will move fast. Darvus went completely insane, using a scalpel to wound himself while repeating that the metal lives. All of this will reach an end when the matrix of the lab will completely get corrupted. And it is then that Darvus opened Cell 1, the empty one, and out of it came a Necron, fully active and aware. By now the forces of the Inquisition were at the doors and bombing the lab. It is then that something happened. It seems Rayleigh appeared in the lab and attacked Sasham. When Sasham awoke, he had been administered a muscle relaxant and was tied to a table. The cogitator recording their conversation went in error when trying to record the identity of the person speaking to him, simply recording him as unknown one. Necron runes littered the entire page of the conversation. And here, the final revelation happens. At least in years 790 and 41, keep in mind that the events we are talking about take place in 805 and 41, Inquisitor Rayleigh was found and killed by a Necron that stole his identity and features to infiltrate the Ordo Xenos. He had falsified...
Who's Evie? What do you mean? New person joined server. Oh, shit. Hold on. Evie. Member since 2018. Okay, so it's not a bot. Account made. All right. Sorry about that. Just gotta make sure my Discord server doesn't have any fucking bots in it.
Sasham orders to bring him here and force Darvos to dissect and analyze the aliens that were now infesting the galaxy, to learn more about them, but specifically to learn about humanity at large. Let me read you some passages. It was Darvos who forced my hand. For 15 years I've kept him, my little pet. His mind was so distorted I could feed him what lies I chose.
That's
he thought
crazy.
he served his imperium. He thought he toiled for the good of mankind. The poor fool. For 15 years he standed and observed whatever alien filth we brought him. We didn't foresee his attachment. It became necessary to introduce a new element, something to hasten his dissections. And now we have awoken to find our heritage soiled, sullied by the mongrel progeny of our most ancient foes. Our master has a mind to know his enemies. Little men and Darvos. This brilliant broken mind. He was our instrument of study. So we waited. We filled the cells of the bestiary. We gathered what knowledge we could. Then, when our lord's whim dictated, we brought you here. We slaughtered your war talker. We spread rumor and discontent. We pricked and harried you. We played you. Tell me, as you trolled through the records we created, as you struggled to divine weaknesses in those creatures whose existence held you so entranced, did you not stop to think what records might relate to your own kind? What is your own weakness? The answer is knowledge. Even trapped in your cage of prejudice, how quickly the text seduced you. How quickly all else faded. It is a weakness our master can use. It is a weakness you shall regret revealing. Dear Sasham, it's taken me a century to insinuate my way into your inquisition. There are few of my kind capable. Most are mindless, pure, undistracted by personality. But there are those of us who remember, lords and ladies of another age, converted and purified, but not cleansed of memory. I remember the frailty of emotion, the weakness of the flesh, the imperfection of mortality. Hiding amongst your kind was no challenge at all. In my bearing, in my diaries, in my notes, I have been Inquisitor Rayleigh. Am I not a convincing counterfeit? Little man, the master has it in mind to observe one more dissection. Our poor friend Darvos has grown weary of slaughter. Perhaps it would be a kindness to leave you alive, yes? So he can enjoy his work? It is implied that Darvos vivisected Inquisitor Sasham in front of the false Inquisitor Rayleigh, and killed him in the process. And before you comment that then everything we read is false, no. Keep in mind, he says so himself that he has been Inquisitor Rayleigh. He was a counterfeit, meaning that there is an original. And taking the identity of somebody already inside the Inquisition is easier than a Necron being accepted in the ranks of the Inquisition completely at random. Now, from his own comment, the false Inquisitor has conducted this experiment with Darvos for at least 15 years. This actually clashes with the date in which the 5th tier of the tablet was found, which is 803 M41, and that is just a few years prior to the current events, meaning that it was the false Inquisitor that put it there. But trust me on this, the 5th tier is not made up. He is not lying. Remember, he commented himself, already revealed a Necron, that now we have awoken to find our heritage soiled, sullied by the mongrel progeny of our most ancient foes. He's clearly speaking of the old ones. He is not speaking of Xenos alone, but in general. He is including humanity in this categorization. And not only.
Do Necrons even give a shit about chaos?
Tell me, as you trolled through the records we created, as you struggled to divine weaknesses in those creatures whose existence held you so entranced, did you not stop to think what records might relate to your own kind? He obviously is hinting at that damn tablet. This is relating to humans, because the 5th tier is indeed correct. But there is the elephant in the room to discuss. The fact that this Necron mentions that he's a servant of the Master known as the Deceiver. Now, this is 4th edition. By this point, the Necrons were servants of the Catans, not enemies. They hadn't shattered their gods yet. But the fact that sects of the Necrons exist that still serve the Catans is still a thing present into canon. There is a Necron Catan cult in Sword of Cult, another one in Nightbringer. And even after the Book of Nightbringer was retconned, the Necron cult still was working for the Shard of the Nightbringer. There is also various appearances of this phenomenon in the Scythe of Ascane series. The point is that this is still canon. A Catan cult still worshipped a shard of the Nightbringer on Pavonis, that then appeared later in another book. And another Catan cult stole the Shadow Light from Saiyaphas Kane during the 13th Black Crusade. So Necrons working for Catan shards is not out of canon. On the contrary. Thank God it is somebody working for the Deceiver and not the Deceiver himself, as the Deceiver is the equivalent of a perpetual possible retcon made into a sentient being.
Why wouldn't you trust this if it came from the Deceiver?
What do you mean? He's called the Deceiver. It would be like trusting something told to you by a human called Liar McFakerton.
Both of them seem very worthy of trust.
And that is why Pio Servo is actually superior to you, Pio.
You take that back immediately.
Point being that the Necron had no reason to lie. He knew that he wouldn't let Darvus or Sasham escape alive. It was his private library. Why feed him lies when the truth was a lot more compelling to learn that the weakness of humanity is indeed knowledge? But if we took only this as proof of our theory, we wouldn't have done a good job at investigating. So now we will move to the second source that proves that humanity and the Emperor are old once related. And that is a book...
Yes, Bolivar, I want to buy a long glass
What
fitted
the
with an
fuck?
anti-gravitical stabilizing scope. Danny, can you keep it down a bit? I'm trying to buy weapons.
Pio, we're in the middle of a video
No,
here.
no, I can't speak. Yes, that servo-armed bastard will see which one of us is superior when a last bolt goes directly through his arm.
Beautiful.
As I was saying, the next piece of the puzzle is contained in a book called Belisarius Cole, The Great Work. Indeed, a very recent 40k book by all standards. But before delving into it, let me explain a few things. I don't like new lore. If I didn't have to study it for videos, I wouldn't read anything past the fall of Cadia. Especially if it has fucking Belisarius Cole in the middle.
Why?
I love good characters. I can make fun of very bad characters. But Belisarius Cole is literally a plot device on spider legs. I can't stand him with all my being. So I hope you understand how much of an headache reading a book with him as a co-protagonist was. But what don't we do for lore research? And the second and last thing I want to add is that I hate the depiction given of Chapter Master Trashan in the first 6 chapters of this book. I don't know what got into Guy Haley. He's usually a master in writing good characters. He wrote my favorite 40k book ever, which is Dante. But Chapter Master Trashan, the last firstborn Chapter Master of the Size of the Emperor, in the first 6 chapters of this book is written like a depressed emo teenager. Again, if I wasn't researching for this video, I would have put down the book the second time he called himself and the firstborn brothers useless. And the Premar is the future and superior. There is good ways to write a depressed but proud character. The worst ones were used for Chapter Master Trashan. Thank God the stroke Guy Haley was having ended after the first 6 chapters, and the character redeemed himself into one of the best of the book. Now, I will just generally give the story of the book, but just for context, as it is very tangentially related to the subject at hand. The book sees Belisarius Cole, the last firstborn members of the Size of the Emperor, and Tetrax Felix and his retinue of bodyguards returning to Sota, the now scarred home planet of the Size of the Emperor, destroyed by an Hive fleet some centuries before in a battle in which Trashan, their firstborn chapter master, took part. The planet has been scarred of all life on it. No oceans, no atmosphere. It is pretty much an empty rock drifting in space. But Belisarius Cole wanted to investigate it, as he suspects that the planet is home to an ancient Necron structure that works as a communication relay. Now, to put it simply, Sota, the planet destroyed by the Tyranids, was home to the prison of a Catan shard built by the Necrons to power a Pharos. In fact, Blackstone was common under the mountains over which the fortress monastery of the Sides was built. After a lot of battles with remnants of the Tyranids left behind to guard the planet, a lot of dead marines, and even tangential battles with the Scarab Necrons that emerged from the mountains, Felix, Alpha Primus, and Belisarius Cole managed to infiltrate the structure of the Catan relay. After a lot of fuckery involving time, space, gravity, and such, they reached the sarcophagi where the original Catans imprisoned on Sota were kept. 8 of them, in fact. 7 of them now dead, as we learn later, devoured by the 8th to survive. Belisarius Cole would interface with the being, and then these exchanges would happen. And from here, I will guide you through my mental process for all the connections that were made.
Again, Cole screamed. The pain was a phantom but felt all too real. Every one of his augmentations was carefully ripped away and pulled out for display. The Pharos sought to model him and turn back his existence through time to see what he had been before. It was all illusory, but it still hurt.
Nerve impulse.
Organic, bioelectrical, overlaid mechanical and electronic enhancements, but evolved from...
The thing paused.
You are one of their things, ultimately.
Another pause.
You do not know this. You are ignorant of your genesis, a debased thing of a debased age.
One of their things? Is he referring to what I think he is? Is he confirming what the tablet said?
These are the gods of your time. God of machines, gods of chaos, gods of men.
It paused, evaluating the word.
There is weakness in this era. You are a man. You are weak. Your species is weak. Far removed from the original plan of our enemy. These are not gods you worship. This machine god, these entities in the wall, this emperor, we will explain. The first is a lie. The second are emergent consciousnesses caused by etheric disturbance. The third is a weapon.
It paused at this.
There is war. The rift. A rift has opened. The purity of reality is polluted. The war continues. Our war. You fight it, but you are weak. You are echoes of might, bloodsome purity. Glory has left this galaxy.
The god of machines is a lie? Yes, it checks out. The machine god is nothing more than the Catan shard of the Void Dragon residing in the Noctis Labyrinth. So it is a lie. And the Chaos gods are indeed emergent consciousness caused by etheric disturbance. But the Emperor? A weapon? Could it be? Who is this Catan shard?
For eons we have been imprisoned within this mountain. For eons we have plotted our revenge. 8 fragments of 8 gods were given over to slavery here. We consumed the others to survive. The Necrontyr are fools. They are arrogant. They kept too large a piece of us alive to power this nodal point of theirs. They will regret it. For we remember what we were, and what we will one day be again. We are the ultimate manifestation of order. No logic or illogic can bind me. We are Zarulash, the potentate. We are Ctan of the stars and the tides of time and light. We are the manifestation of this universe's form and being. We are a god, and you will serve me. Set me free.
This Catan is not lying. If it is the biggest of the shards, and by definition the most powerful, it is truly the closest thing to a god of the material realm. He has no reason to lie to Cole. He is an insect compared to it. He can destroy him with a single thought. And he's not the deceiver. The deceiver gets his way by manipulation. This Catan gets his way by sheer might and power. The Emperor is a weapon. A weapon for what? And from here, the entire lore was blown fully open for me. And I made the final connection that brought us to an answer. Now we know the human race, at least, if not the Emperor himself, were created by the Old Ones. Their last creation before being defeated. But why? If they were created, there must be a reason. The question persists. Why? The Emperor is a weapon, and is described as one. But again, why? The Emperor is a psyker. The human race is a psychic race. It was the first, the most powerful. And yet, the warp. The answer is the warp. Follow me now. Things get complicated pretty fast. The Old Ones created humanity, and probably the Emperor himself. And it all relates to the warp. Can you imagine why? It is simple. The warp itself, the Immaterium, wasn't always the equivalent of 40k hell like it is known today. In fact, various publications made for 40k hint at the fact that at one point the warp was a more peaceful realm. Not completely peaceful, mind you, it's the warp after all, but a lot less dangerous. Like it is described in both codexes of the Eldar for 4th and 6th edition, and they pretty much say both the same thing.
On hundreds of idyllic planets seeded across the stars, the Eldar pursued their inclination as they willed, indulging every dream and investigating every curiosity. They mastered the labyrinth dimension of the webway, expanding their realms into the furthest corners of reality and learned much about the universe that has since been forgotten. When their spirits eventually left their mortal bodies, they dissolved peacefully back into the ether to be reborn again. For the warp did not thirst for elder souls then, as it does today.
And it isn't the only publication mentioning this. In fact, the most recent mention of the primordial state of the warp in the past is in the final book of the trilogy of Blood, called Darkness in the Blood.
And then, a sea change. The warp altered, though subtly at first. Rassless had little experience as a navigator of ships. Had he been born to the role, he might have noticed sooner. Like ancient mariners tasted the shift from salt to sweet in the waters of Terra's lost oceans. But soon it became apparent to him that the tempest was calming. The shrieking idioforms and psychopalms struggled to take shape. Those that manifested were sucked back to nothing among the energies that birthed them. Colors bled away. Currents stilled. A black wall was growing ahead, as impenetrable as the densest log bank and infinitely more forbidding. The task force sped towards it. The armored angel glinted in front of the darkness, then vanished within completely. Against all the laws that governed it, the Empyrean lost its mutability. Blackness seeped from the rolling wall of shadow. The visions and images weakened and then stopped altogether. There was a brief passage through warp space of a primordial calmness, smooth and bright as a moonlit pond. And then the flotilla plunged into the darkness.
The warp was calmer in its original state. It became agitated and started forming demons and chaos gods once the war in Haven erupted and the galaxy became a battlefield. It started being corrupted by the emotions and actions undertaken in the midst of a war between creators and gods. Humans were created by the Old Ones at the end of the war they were losing. The Emperor too. But why? And why did it take millions of years before they emerged? The answer here is also simple. The Old Ones saw the changes in the warp that made it a malevolent entity that would over time consume all. They wanted to create a countermeasure, something not only to stop it, but to cleanse it once and for all. They couldn't create it now because their creation would inevitably become involved in the war in Heaven. So they had to play the long game, engineer their evolution on the longest of timescales to make them emerge in the moment they would be the safest, so that their weapon could emerge and do their bidding of burning the warp clean. Think about it. The Chaos Gods eyed the Emperor as a threat long before the Imperium, long before the Dark Age of technology, long before Molech. They knew he was different. They knew what he was. And do you want to know why they were scared? The energies the Emperor emits are not chaos-oriented, but to the opposite. They are anti-chaos-oriented. The Emperor of Mankind is the only living being in existence that can kill a demon in a definitive manner. His sword, now wielded by Gilliman, is still capable of it by the sheer fact that it absorbed a portion of his immense psychic powers. But how was he engineered? He wasn't always around. He came to be in 8000 BC. Wait, there is a solution to that too. His soul. The Old Ones weren't only masters of genetical engineering, but soul engineering. The legend of the Star Child, the golden presence in the warp. It was the soul of the Emperor, created at a time where the warp wasn't in shambles like it is now, lying in waiting for the perfect vessel to contain his power. That soul entered the baby that became the Emperor, and solidified him as the manifestation of the last weapon of the Old Ones, a final weapon against the encroaching darkness of chaos. Think about it. It lines up. And they didn't rely on the Emperor alone, but also on the psychic amplifier that is the Golden Throne. Many people think the Emperor built it, but no, the throne was already on Terra. The Emperor himself found it. It is confirmed in The End of the Death Part 1.
No, you misunderstand my point. I'm sorry I didn't make it clearly. I agree conquer is an aggressive militaristic term, a frighted word. Of course, the word he actually used was katakto, for he was speaking a proto-form of Eleniki there, on the banks of the Eye Faces. So we can allow for some interpretation. It was a long time ago. I was citing the story as an example of aspiration. Our aspiration defines us, I believe, more than anything. Beside the Eye Faces, my father wept because, at that time, he felt he had accomplished all he could. His ambitions were achieved, and the revelation shook him. He was not proud or satisfied. He was bereft. Of course, as it turned out, there were many more worlds to conquer. The work had scarcely begun. On the banks of the Ifaces he had won, not for the first time, not for the last, the throne of the known world. Not long after that, he found another throne, a literal throne. That changed everything. Yes, found it. Well, that's what he told me.
The Golden Throne uses Xenos technology in many cases theorized to be Eldar in origin.
Bro, how
But
the
Eldar
fuck you just be
technology is
finding
nothing
shit
else
like
than Old
that?
One's technology adapted for the use from lesser species. The Eldar Webboy wasn't built by the Eldars. It was built by the Old Ones to travel around the galaxy as fast as possible without entering the warp directly. A safe corridor to pass through the tides of the Immaterium. But where does this leave us humans? The Emperor is the most powerful of human souls, to the point that he's the only stable Alpha Plus level Psyker ever recorded and the most powerful being our species has ever known. But why do we exist? Why isn't it only him? And the answer to this question came from one of the last books of the Siege of Terra, The End and the Death, Part 2. Here we learn of the unspoken sanction protocol put in place from the Emperor for the Golden Throne.
According to the directives of the unspoken sanction, the instruction of which Vulcan knows he must live with for the remainder of his lives, the psycho-able candidates are still being brought in. Each one of them has been narcosedated and placed within an anti-gravitic casket. Mind-locked servitors guide the floating casket in silent rivers from the silver door and the throne room's other entrance boards. Coffins for the living. There are hundreds of them, and thousands more yet to be steered in. Gnolls of the Sisterhood await them at the wall gantries, taking each casket in turn and sliding it into its machined wall socket. Other sisters are clearing spent caskets so that sockets can be reprimed. The burnout rate is atrocious. There is a smell of ash in the air, a stink Vulcan can't get out of his throat. The psychic backwash of this monstrous immolation should be unbearable too, but it is virtually absent. Every shred and scrap of psychic power is being sucked into the conflagration and consumed.
But in the Book of Master of Mankind, we also learn something extremely important about the Golden Throne, and especially the unspoken sanction.
Kyria didn't even have to sign. A nod was enough to set the hundreds of servitors working, led by the scattering of sisters and their Martian allies. She stood in the heart of the Emperor's throne room and watched every one of the 999 other coffins raised into place along the arching walls. The process took several hours to complete, ending within the dark metal pods, all staring inwardly towards the Golden Throne itself. She refused to dwell on the fact that for each active coffin locked inside its cradle, another 9 sockets remained empty.
9 sockets remained empty for each coffin containing a Psyker connected to the Golden Throne. That means that 10,000 Psykers can be connected to be absorbed and their energy is used by the Emperor and the Golden Throne. It is time to get the story straight and deliver the final answer to the biggest question that surrounds the Emperor and humanity. Why are we? Why does he exist? The Emperor and humanity are a creation of the Old Ones. A long-awaited plan put in motion with a failsafe, or in this case, a weapon at its center. The Emperor of Mankind. The Emperor possesses the most powerful human soul ever created, made directly by the Old Ones. The tale of the Star Child wasn't a lie. Something was awaiting its appropriate vessel in the warp just to manifest. And it manifested in 8000 BC with the Emperor of Mankind, a very powerful warp entity given human form. The Emperor was and is the first and most powerful of the Psykers. So dangerous, in fact, the Chaos Gods knew it was a threat long before humans even invented anything to interact directly with the warp. Because his energies were the most pure and anti-chaos ever conceived, the only true entity that can give chaos in its entirety a true death, if he can become powerful enough to do so. The Old Ones left the soul of the Emperor slumbering, but sent and hid on Terra a device. We know it as the Golden Throne. A device capable of not only focusing and amplifying the power of the Emperor, but to use other Psykers as batteries to make the energies emitted even more powerful. And by definition, strengthen even the Emperor himself as a being. If the Emperor is a weapon, we are ammo. We were made to support and strengthen him so that he may reach his final goal. A final goal we don't know. The Emperor says he knows what it is, and sees it, even if he doesn't see a way to reach it. But it is my theory, and even the theory of Shock that first proposed this video, that the final objective of the Emperor of Mankind was cleansing the warp of all its malice, and bring it back into a primordial calm state, so that the survivors in the material realm wouldn't be destroyed by the malignity of a realm out of control. It explains why the Chaos Gods had to ally and move against him. He was conquering the galaxy, he was doing his own thing. If he wasn't a danger, why go on the trouble to stop him? And even forge an alliance between gods, when it is renowned that the gods hate everyone as much as they hate each others. The Emperor even refused the gifts of the Dark King when he tried to manifest through him. It is unknown why. Maybe the main reason is that it is inferred that the Dark King wouldn't be powerful enough to destroy all Chaos Gods and rid the Warp of Taint once and for all. Or maybe the Emperor didn't want to replace a malignant entity with another one, like Collanius Pius told him.
You're assuming the mantle of godhood, Ol says, simply to destroy.
To protect.
The Charred Custodian replies.
To defend.
No, Ol snaps back. To shortcut your way to another quick solution that disregards all later consequences. I've told you this before so many times, you've never listened.
But now this makes me wonder, what if this was the plan all along? What if the Golden Throne, that is being fed Psykers daily in the thousands by this point, is doing nothing else but strengthen the being of the Emperor so that he can achieve the strength he needs to complete his mission, destroying chaos once and for all? Even the creation of the human webway supports this. The old ones made the webway to not disturb the warp. My theory is that the webway itself was being repaired and reopened by the Emperor, so that once the warp was cleansed, it could be left alone and untouched by exterior living entities, so that it will not return into a chaotic state again. So, one final question arises, and on this, unfortunately, I have no answer to give. If the Emperor dies, and his soul becomes whole once again in the warp after 10,000 years of endless veneration of his being that empowered him, and the sacrifices of millions of Psykers that now added their energies to his, what kind of being will emerge? And will it be powerful enough to complete the final task, burning chaos away from the warp? Wow, we didn't make a video like this from the times of the Rangdang Xenocides video. I miss sparking about lore like this.
Yeah, I missed it too. Maybe. But I suspect that this theory of yours will cause problems.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it has everything to do with Inquisitor Eisenflor aiming a bolt pistol at your head. But that might be just a supposition.
Are you a Necron too?
Good video, bro. And guess what, fellas? Behold! My pioneers, they are fully, not fully done. I still got to give them a non-oil wash. All right, so we got Raphael, sorry. And then we got Donatello. Oh yeah, 100%, man. It's very nice to have in the background when I'm doing this. We're streaming a YouTuber's video while painting. That can this not get more painting or more of a paint stream? Can this not be more of a paint stream? Jesus Christ, I can't talk. All right. But what do you think of my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle League of Votan miniatures, Pontius? So this is a unit of 3 models, 3 bikes. But luckily, there's 2 dudes on 1 bike, so then I can do all 4 of them. So, you know, Raphael, Donatello, and you got Michelangelo driving this one with Leonardo in the back. Oh, yeah. Dude, it took way... Michelangelo? Really? Oh, what's this guy? He's right here. The orange dude right here. He's the one driving, and then Leonardo's on the gunner seat. And you got Donnie and Raph right here. Yeah, helps out a lot because you can only bring a unit of 3 of them. I think you can max it to a unit of 6, but makes stuff really annoying. So. Fuck, bro, there's so much detail on this guy, bro.
characters here do get a bit quirky at night, but do I blame them?
Yeah. That's hot. These guys I finished yesterday. This is the Chthonian Earth Shakers. You know? So these guys only come with 3 models per artillery, so I threw in a 4th guy because I thought it'd be cool. I still gotta base these guys, so I'm gonna use like mud. Sterling mud to be exact. And these guys I'm gonna be using sewer grates. I got these like 3D printed like sewer base tops to use, so I gotta prime these things, and then I'm gonna I have to rip these guys off their bases without breaking them. Holy fuck, bro. I thought I was almost done with these guys. It took way too fucking long to paint these dudes. Fuck. Alright. Well, fellas, my back hurts from, hunching over like this for too long, so I think I'm going to take an hour-long break, and then I'm going to do some, like, late-night multiplayer games. But I hope you guys enjoyed the painting stream. Pontius Glaive, thank you for tuning in and sticking around for this long. It's fucking cool to see like a really big, a big content creator show up like this. It's fucking cool, bro. I hope, I hope my channel gets graced by your presence once more. Maybe when I do another Warhammer stream, which will be like a couple days from now. I'm painting Votan right now, but I'm also doing a lot of orcs. I'm a big orc player. Because I want to show you one of my prized possessions. All right? This is awesome. This is the nerdiest shit, okay? I make sure to show everyone because of how cool it is. Nope, it's over here. I was playing orcs earlier. This right here is my Gorkamus Prime, okay? He's a Gorkanaut that I made out of an Optimus Prime figurine. Oh yeah. Look how beautiful this lad is. Oh. Hand painted, kit bashed to all hell, and the best part, signed by 6 out of the 8 Optimus Prime voice actors. Well, I think actually 5. Hold on. So you got David Kay, who voice acted Optimus Prime Transformers Animated. You got Neil Block, I think. He voice acted him for the Transformers 2001 Robots in Disguise series. You got the original voice actor Peter Cullen, who signed him for free, by the way. Humble brag. And then you got what was his name? I forgot his name. I should really remember his name. But he voice acted him in the Transformers Earth Wars and Combiner Wars series. No, not Earth Wars, just Combiner Wars. So I'm still missing the one when they did the Kingdom Come one. Not Kingdom Come. Transformers Earthrise, I think. Which was the one on Netflix, the Netflix series. This one was the Machinima series. But humble brag. Oh, he's so cool, bro. But regardless, thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you all in like an hour and a half. We're gonna play a riveting game called Hollow Knight. Or maybe I just might lose my shit again and play more Elden Ring. Well, that's never gonna happen. But yeah, Pointus, I hope to see you again. I know you're probably doing your own things, but do you do your own streams at all, or do you just make YouTube videos? Like YouTube videos. You know what? Hold on. I literally have your channel up. I could just click the fucking your channel to see if you do lives. You do not. All right, cool. I'll join your Discord maybe. Oh yeah, the Twitch, nice. I don't know. I would say join my Discord, but you probably doing your own thing. So I guess I'll just maybe see you another, one of these days. All right.